Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to opES Talks Day 2. If yesterday established the commercial and technical foundation, today we build on it, turning our attention to the energy transition, renewables, ESG, and the digital transformation reshaping how this industry operates. Ladies and gentlemen, please be aware that your participation earns you continuing professional development certificates, but make sure to scan your badges with our security personnel. So without further ado, let's begin. Our opening keynote this morning frames the technology and innovation agenda for the energy transition, where Oman stands, what the next phase requires, and how the shift from fossil fuel dependence can be managed without compromising energy, security, and revenue generation. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Rashid Majad, the Group Chief Executive Officer of National Gas.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I have prepared a speech I would like to share with you today. And I hope I will get some question at the end from your side also to make it more interactive. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good morning, everybody. And it's really a privilege to welcome each and every one of these team at opES gathering that I believe could not be more timely and more significant charge with purpose. We stand today at a remarkable inflection point. The global energy landscape is being redrawn, not in decades, but in years. The expectation placed upon energy company by government, by communities, by stakeholders, it's really at a very high and have been never greater. And the responsibility we carry as a custodian, Omani energy future has never been heavier for all of us. In this context, one of urgency, of opportunity and transformation that I welcome you here today. And I will give you a small introduction about what is the context today and where we are today. The world in the midst of the most consequent energy transition in human history, from corridor of COP. I'm from Paris. I was in the COP of Paris at last time when it was done by my president, Mr. Macron. And I think we have not moved. And yesterday, I think someone has raised the point. Today, we are expecting 2.8 degrees instead of 2 degrees. Then, I think we are trying to do our job. We are trying to, but the environment, the transition, it's really a little bit stop and go. We have seen a lot of projects about green hydrogen. When Trump came, all these projects has been cancelled also. Then we are a little bit lost in the middle of the way. But nevertheless, I think we need to continue working to fit with these 2 degrees and not 2.8 degrees. Otherwise, there will not be any new generation on this earth. Yet, let us be clear, this transition is not about abandoning energy. A lot of people say there will be no petrol, no carbon. I think it's a very wrong statement. And it is about evolving it. How we can produce better, cheaper, quicker, cleaner. This is the main challenge for all of us. The world will still need energy. And if we see in Africa, the growth is here. I was in Indonesia last week and in Malaysia. We are seeing people growth 2 to 3% population. And most of them, they don't have access to clean energy. I can give you one example. I'm part of the Cooking for Gas in Africa, a project who has started 2 years ago. It's a big project, challenging. A lot of people tried before us, but we want to retry from us. It's to give clean cooking gas for 1 billion people. 1 billion people, it's roughly like China in Africa. They are still using kerosene charcoal today. If we give LPG to these 1 billion people tomorrow morning, we will reduce the CO2 emission by 20%. There is no green hydrogen, there is no investment, there is nothing. It's only bringing product, which is today produced in US, produced in our region here in GCC, produced in Russia, produced in Kazakhstan, to the Indian, to the African market. But Africa has a big challenge. How to store, how to transport, how to distribute, infrastructure. Then we have launched, and we are launching, and invite you, all of you, in Kenya in June with DOA of US and EIA of this project that we are investing $10 billion, all of us, to bring this energy, this clean energy. It's one of our challenge also, and national gas will be part of this way also. ESG, because it's the subject of my keynote today. I think most of you, you have produced a nice report like this 2 years ago. And so it's our second one for us. I think ESG reports, it's no more only measuring, it's no more only reports, data, and nice books like this to distribute. I think it's a commitment. Commitment means even, now we are a listed company, it's a part of our, our compliance, but nevertheless for SME, and I'm always tutoring, engaging SME, small company, do it for us and for all our communities. At National Gas, we have made a clear and deliverable choice. ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance principle, is not compliance exercise. Let me speak to each dimension briefly, quickly, for the people who are not used to. First one is environment footprint. As example, now we are recycling cylinder. We are recycling each year steel cylinder because we are providing cylinder to our end user. We are recycling 12,000 cylinders per year. We recognize that LPG as a transition fuel play a critical role in bringing today energy reality with tomorrow low carbon ambition, and LPG still be a cleaner than kerosene, cleaner than charcoal, cleaner than diesel, and I think it's also affordable, which is a challenge for all of us. In the scope 1, we are producing roughly 3,700 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. In scope 2, mainly 580 is our electricity we are using, because we are buying LPG from OQ, from PDO, from all the big sky who are producing it, and they are producing the CO2 emission. Now we are only using it. We are not counting in our scope 1 or scope 2. On the social front, we are also promoting. We have launched last year a WinWLG, which is promoting women in our industry. We have roughly worldwide 8% of women in our LPG industry. And I think we are very proud that Oman has been launched the first Win LPG in GCC, promoting engineer lady, and Manal, which is my coordinator. I think she is doing a great job to promote them. The last point for us is the governance front also. We have, as a listed company, it's more easy for us. We have a compliance, internal audit, external audit, but nevertheless, we are trying to communicate with our shareholder on quarterly basis to inform them where we are going, why ESG is important, and why ESG is a criteria of taking decision of any new investment also. Before this, KPI was not existing, but since 2 years, we are using it very deeply. Together, these 3 pillars do not constrain our ambition, to be honest, but define it. Now, we are the leader in this country, in Oman, of LPG provider operator. Then it's our role also as a leader to give example and to increase these ESG criteria with our supplier, customer, and all our parties engaged. Energy transition, it's a national gas role also. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this transition. I have heard a lot, it's said, I'm traveling a lot and I'm part of a lot of committee, and perhaps some of you have too, that gas companies face an existential threat from the energy transition. I respectfully disagree because today, LPG will remain a vital component, as I told you. And with the actual crisis, I was in India last week with the Ministry of Energy. Today, India is suffering because due to what's happened in the Hormuz, but LPG is essential. 90% of the family in India are cooking with LPG, and we are very, very proud of this achievement by the Indian government, because I think it takes 10 years to remove these charcoal and kerosene, which is unsafe and health for the community also. At National Gas, we are already looking beyond the molecule. We are exploring how our infrastructure, our expertise, and our operational capability can be leveraged to support the broader clean energy ecosystem, including, as I told you, integration of hydrogen and carbon management solution. We are not waiting for transition to happen to us. We are positioning ourselves to be among this architecture. And some of you have seen me yesterday. We are very proud. We have signed MOU with our partner Abraj, launching the first project of mini LNG in Oman. This project, in 2 words, I don't want to disclose everything today. It's about reduction of CO2 emission by 30% by converting all our gensets used in the drills to generate energy. We have 4 generators of 1 megawatt each. We are using roughly 100,000 liters of diesel. We want to divide by 2. Dividing by 2 and replacing by dual fuel is using the same assets. It's part of a recycling strategy also, but minimizing CO2 emission and improving the operation cost for all rig operators tomorrow. And plus, we are very lucky in this country. We have natural gas available underfoot on the ground. Then let's use it as a clean energy, replacing the diesel. The diesel can be used for something else or supporting some other country also. Technology and innovation as the engine of transformation also. This brings me to the theme that will define our conversation today, technology and innovation. At National Gas, now we are trying, we believe that the technology is not simply an enabler of operational efficiency. It is primarily a vehicle through which we will deliver our ESG commitment and navigate the energy transition. 4 points I want to share with you, innovation we have started. First is digitalization and smart operation. We have launched, and we will launch, you will see it soon, 1st of July in Oman, in some petrol station as a pilot, and we hope it will be deployed. Vending machine, which is fully automated. You can book, you can order your cylinder with your iPhone and smartphone very easily at any time. And we want to decrease the stress. We want to decrease also the kilometer of delivery. You can take your cylinder at any time and you pay it in fully transparency. These apps are used in Europe, in US. Why not in Oman? The second one, it's a big subject, artificial intelligence and predictive intelligence. I'm a background engineer also and mathematics also. I think AI will not replace people, but they will make their job more easy. Example for us, now we are doing predictive maintenance with AI. We are implementing very simple tool who can prevent a lot of things, which has been done in the past with a lot of algorithms and so. I remember 20 years ago, I worked with MIT in US, in Houston. We pay a big guy to predict how our compressor will fall down, because one failure of one compressor in a refinery, it's $1 billion for 5 days of shutdown. Then we spend money, but I think today we are very lucky to be in 26 of AI, and we are launching it to optimize our logistics. We are doing 3 million kilometers per year. If we optimize by 10%, we will save CO2, we will save kilometer, we will save tire, and we will also decrease the stress on our driver. Means you are impacting 3 KPI with one subject. The last one, the first one, it's innovation. And innovation, you cannot do everything alone. I'm really against this idea. This is You have a core business, but there is people around you who are professional, are more in deep technology. Use them, partner, and also I think we are happy in Oman, and around us we have nice universities, Sultan Qaboos, GUTEC, and so on. For listed only the two who came in my mind. I think we need to take this opportunity, bring in this Z generation, this new generation in our field, which sometimes they told me, LPG is not sexy, I want to be in IT company, in a bank, and so. But I think we need this generation to drive this transition also. Last, for me, as example for this ecosystem transition and partnership, we have done a partnership with a Czechoslovakian company. We have developed a composite cylinder, more light, more efficient, and also affordable. And this composite cylinder doesn't exist in Oman. It's part also of our challenge to introduce innovation as a leader. And probably you will see it in your kitchen by 1st of August 26, which will be more light and improving also the safety, because for your information, a composite cylinder in LPG doesn't explode even you have a fire at home. With a steel cylinder, I think 25 people around you can die in 1 second. This is the balance we need of a choice with a small injection of 5 real extra. I think it's important to have this in mind. The fifth one, it's, I think we forget sometimes, it's our workforce. Workforce for the future, just as I told you, training young generation, embarking them with us, and listening to them. I think they cannot work like me. I'm an old generation. My son, he's a smart guy. He has 25 years. He thinks quicker than me, faster, and he has tools. Then he can do 3 times more than what I'm doing, to be honest with you. I would like to finish my talk about a message to our stakeholder, because it's important to our shareholder and investor. It's always the same question. We understand that our confidence in national gas rests not only today's financial performance, which they pay for it, but on the sustainability and resilience in our business model over the long term. Our ESG innovation agenda is designed precisely to deliver, and we have a lot of projects in the pipe. You will be announced soon by end of this year that we are preparing the future of this company. This company has 45 years, still surviving. We have seen COVID, we have seen war, we have seen challenge, win, but I think with the resilience, having these 3 parameters in mind, partnership with good people, having good workforce, having a clear strategy, and be resilient, I think you can survive. To our government and regulatory partner, we are always trying to be aligned with our 2040, Sultana Vision 2040, and today we are embarking a new adventure. It's Net Zero 2050. I think for us, 2050 is far away. From my son, it's tomorrow morning. Then we need to work on it today. To our employee, which I will never thankful, because thanks to them, working hardly, delivering safely, and for me, they know me that safety is first, because I told them, when you drive as a driver, because my business is mainly a retailer. Retailer means I'm a logistic company, indirectly, providing gas to families to cook for their kids and so on. You need to put the picture of your family in front of your driver screen, because you need to be back home at night. This is most important for us. To our community also, because we are delivering in the whole Sultana the gas and outside this, we will never lose sight of the fact that our license to operate is ultimately a gift granted by the people of Oman. Not by me, but by the people of Oman. We will honor that gift with every decision we make. Ladies and gentlemen, the energy transition will not be easy. It will require courage, discipline, collaboration, and willingness to challenge the assumptions that have guided our industry for a very generation. But I'm proudly optimistic, because I know that national gas is capable of it. I have been seeing it indication of our team in the quality of operation and in the spirit of the people. I think together, we will build a national gas that is leaner, greener, smarter, and stronger. National gas that earns its place only in Oman Energy, but For your information, now we are deploying the same spirit. We have a company in Saudi. We have a company in UAE. We have a company, we are the #2 in Malaysia after Petronas. And I can give you a small example. Petronas is the leader in the market with 50%. He's not doing his job as a leader. Now we are the challenger. We are pushing him to change also the ecosystem in Malaysia, which is a bigger point for us. The journey began today, and I'm honored to be taking it, each of you. Thank you. Any question?
Mic check. I'll come to you. Dr. Rashid will only take one question.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. As an African working in sales, how do I sell this idea of national gas to the layman living in an African village who doesn't have any idea about emissions?
No, we are not selling emission to African because African is our brother. I consider myself as African also. I'm born in Morocco. And what we are seeing in Uganda, in Kenya, in Somalia, in South Africa, in all these countries, we can bring LPG, which will replace cooking kerosene and charcoal. But we are facing a very, very major challenge, which now we will try to solve in the coming month. It's to put infrastructure. What is the infrastructure for the people who are not from this business? You need to put storage capacity. Storage capacity, it's a tank for butane and propane of 42,000 tons in each port. For you can bring vessel from Oman, which is cheaper because we bring it at a big quantity, a VLGC to 42,000 tons, to have affordability. Affordability is important for Africa. Then after, the value chain is to transport this LPG to the point of closer to the village. We will fill over there the cylinder. And we have seen the Uganda model has not worked for one problem. We tell to the people, stop cutting trees and stop cutting keys and use LPG. But they told me, my friend, when I cut wood, I produce charcoal, I get $10 per month revenue to feed my family. We thought we will replace. This was the mistake, to take the community engage with us. Now we are engaging. The women today in Africa, they spend 5 hours to bring charcoal at home. To cook, it's 2 hours. Then there is 8 hours total thing. What's happened? I can't tell you, but now you ask me, I will disclose to you. His man, she is married with a nice guy. He's very tired. He came from the job. He need to eat. But the meal is not ready. What he's doing? He's beating his wife. He's beating his kids. Then you have a lot of divorce, a lot of problems. Number 2, they are cooking inside the house. You have 50% of young people deaf and so. This is a disaster. We take this as a responsibility for us. Now we say, no, this lady, stop charcoal, but we will give you a title as a distributor in the village. You will fill the cylinder, you will collect the cylinder, and we will pay you $12, not $10. But take care of you, take care of your family, and do something else. This is how we will sell it to our African brothers. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation, Dr. Rashid. So our next session examines how predictive maintenance and operational excellence are enhancing equipment reliability across the oil and gas sector, as operations move towards greater efficiency and sustainability. So please welcome to the stage the superiority of modern services team. We will be joined by Managing Director Harrison Gigi Liddell, Sales and Business Development Engineer Shihab Al-Belushi, and Training Academy Manager Mohammed Al-Jabri. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them to the stage.
floor. Thank you. There we go. Cool. Okay, let's just adjust these. Good morning, everyone. Friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you to opES for organizing this event. My name's Harrison Little. I am the Managing Director for SOMS, and I started my career in maintenance back in 1978. And during that long time, I've seen many facets of the industry in my time. So today, a little bit of an introduction. I began my career in aircraft propulsion maintenance, and I've had the pleasure of working in aviation, in oil and gas, power, and in nuclear. I joined SOMS in 2024 at the time we were in the process of developing from manpower supply into a full technical maintenance services business. I've worked and lived for 32 years in the GCC region. So I'm proud, very proud now to be part of the 100% Omani maintenance capability development that we are currently undergoing in partnership with OPAL here in Oman. A wise man once said, the further backward you can look, the further forward you are likely to see. That wise man was Winston Churchill. So with that in mind, what I want to talk about first of all is how did we get here and where are we going? So in regards to maintenance. So basically, in the pre-industrial era, maintenance was at its infancy or non-existent. Virtually nothing was planned. But there is evidence that the ancient Egyptians used to maintain their ceremonial boats and their chariots, and as soon as man invented machines, the necessity to maintain them began. After the Industrial Revolution, machines became more complex and started to fail. So maintenance was mainly reactive. When it failed, we fixed it. Many accidents happened, boilers exploded, etc., and we gradually learned. The world wars saw accelerated development and complex machines, and the need to maintain and stop them breaking down at awkward times became more relevant. And so the planning of maintenance and scheduling began. From then until now, there have been many advances in the engineering and the analysis of failure, resulting in the accumulation of countless buzzwords. Anyone involved with maintenance will probably know the words or the phrases RCM, FMEA, MTBF, RCA, TPM, etc., etc. There are thousands and countless. In the 90s, RCM, reliability-centered maintenance, was all the rage. And to be honest, it's still relevant today. The latest development is TPM. And back in the 90s, I was working in Saudi Arabia for the Royal Saudi Air Force, and I delivered the first investigation into instigating RCM in the Royal Saudi Air Force. So that was back in some time. The latest development is TPM, Total Productive Maintenance, which attempts to bring all of these different disciplines together into one system. But now we're talking about the development of AI and the Internet of Things. There's many potential benefits. But most plants, current plants, have got a long way to go to actually use these systems, although you will see them. So what is the goal of all these methodologies? That's what we come to. It's mainly to predict the point of failure of an asset or a system. If you're in the maintenance business, you'll probably be familiar with the bathtub curve. This is the analysis of the life of a machine or a system. If we can identify the exact point of failure, we can design a maintenance system that requires the minimum input to prevent it failing. Or we can replace the asset just before failure. That would be wonderful, would it not? Happy days. Be perfect. But the reality is, with all our buzzwords, we still can't do this. So where are we? What is the reality? Well, what I find in my experience is we're still using a mixture of all these methodologies and good old experience and common sense. The problem with common sense is it's not really very common. But in reality, we have budgets, we have timeframes, we have production targets, and the maintenance manager very rarely gets the final word. Most of our large industrial plants still carry out shutdowns as part or all of the plant most years for planned maintenance. This requires vast manpower resources, which currently in the area are generally resourced from overseas. This results in various challenges in the region. And to discuss this in a bit more detail and to offer a few solutions, please may I welcome on stage Mr. Shihab Al-Balushi to talk a little bit more. Thanks, buddy. Over to you.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. My name is Shihab Al-Balushi. I am a maintenance development manager. I am business development manager in SOMS. I would like to discuss. Wait, few seconds. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I think
What happened?
Stop. I don't know. Yeah.
Bear with me.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
What happened there?
I don't know. It's closed. Touched maybe. Open that.
Move that on.
It's a notes is not there. Slides. Notes is not there. Notes.
There you go.
Notes. Okay.
There we go.
Sorry, guys, to talk here time a little bit. So let's come back again. My name is Shihab Al-Balushi. I am business development manager in SOMS. I have been working in maintenance industry in oil and gas field and dealing directly with the maintenance team. So we face some challenges and current gaps. And here we fill in SOMS. We face the challenges. So first of all, let's discuss what are the key challenges in the industry in Oman. The first challenge will be faced in the industry is the extensive shutdown. Maintenance has a high cost, and the highest and the most important being the loss of production. The second point it will be there is not enough manpower on the site to carry out the maintenance and the time allocated. What will happen if we depend on the external mobilization only? In the region, there is a heavy dependence on the offshore resources. Thousands are deployed every year to carry out this work. With the market force, there is increasing pressure in the time and cost, with the current situation in the GCC region as a good example. And one of the last point we need, one of the most important challenge is that all of the maintenance must be carried out within the strict safety and quality boundaries. So in SOMS, after these challenges, how we know that challenges? We are present, SOMS has presence in the industry location, from Musandam to Raisut. We have a place and contract working with our client and operator, long-term contract and short-term contracts. And if we see what's the current gaps, the current gap is four current gaps are there. Mobilization challenges, political conditions, too much reliance on offshore resources, limited local resources, and difficult to coordinate with the multiple contractor. So after these challenges and current gap, what SOMS come up with a solution, what SOMS will provide and add the value. Here we come up with a flexible model. The SOMS developed a local content and a flexible model. And what this flexible model contains of? SOMS is developing Omani squib, suitably qualified and experienced team. This team will be ready to mobilize within a short notice period, within 24 and 48 hours. The team will be developed for a specific scope, TAR, and routine maintenance as per our client requirement. And SOMS also will provide the scalable resources. The client will only call off the team they need. So from this model, also, we're not focusing only the internal factor. Also, external factor is one of the important. The SOM's vision is aligned closely with the Oman 2040 vision, a sustainable and prosperous industrial future and for Oman. SOMS is working closely in partnership with OPAL, and we are developing Omani customized maintenance team for all our industry. How we are doing this? I hear you ask. To answer this question, please, I welcome my colleague, Mr. Mohammed Al-Jabri, on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Myself, I'm Mohammed Al-Jabri, and I'm the Training Academy Manager in SOMS. And I would like to thank you, all of you, to be here today and hearing us talking about our program. So basically, I have been in this field long enough to notice the issues of creating SQUIP teams as Omanis. And alhamdulillah, right now in SOMS, we are working on developing our Omani local content as a SQUIP team to work in different locations, especially during TAR season or non-TAR season. And basically also we are aligning this program with the Omani vision, as my colleague Mr. Shihab mentioned, 2040, the Omani vision. And also we have been established this academy under the supervision of Mr. Harrison, and as well the chairman of the board, Mr. Ibrahim, and our CEO, Mr. Hamid, to create the best team to work in the field as a SQUIP, and having all the necessary skills that needed to be in the field. So basically, our system is created by something called the EVP, or what's called the Employee Value Proposition. Basically, in this program is we are monitoring the career path of the person from the starting up to the point that where he wants to reach. For example, we have a couple of examples that started with us. We have some people who started as a forklift driver. Today, they are as a valve technicians. Step by step, we are closely monitoring them to build up their skills until they reach that point. Plus, also, we have some people who started with us as a fire watcher or a fire warden, and today some of them are as an HSC officers to necessary to complete all these the certification that needed until to reach this point. Plus, also, we are localizing our teams based on different locations. Like, for example, we have people who are living in Sohar, and whenever in any jobs that happen in that area, we usually deploy them in that area. Some people in Musandam, we do the same thing. Some people as well in Salala. We are following this method. So it will be much easier for the client to get our team in as fast as they can. So through the structure of our SOMS system, we basically continue developing our Omani workforce and equip them with the practical, useful work skills, and as well to be much easier for them to work here onshore rather than brought other workers from offshore. With all of that in mind, overall, let's have a look on the preventive maintenance in Oman. Early fall dedications is a critical point. Basically, this is the critical point, how to notice that if there is any early detection of the failures. We have many partnerships with high-tech companies. We have already agreed with them to educate our Omani team, and even some of them are overseas. So even we send some Omani teams overseas to train, and then they come back here with a different and new experience as well. And we use them as well then to train our local team. And basically right now we are focusing onto the nuclear power plant, which is, inshallah, we will be the first in Oman to have nuclear power plant technicians, inshallah soon. Plus, also, we're going to utilize the connection on the technologies that advanced will assist the industry to reduce the unplanned breakdown. So monitoring all of that will reduce these chances the big time. And as well, will help the Omani industry to improve and assist the reliability. Nothing will make me more proud to see Omani skilled people or SQIP people in the field working in all different categories. Plus also, we are cross-train our people to make them as a multi-skilled people. So this will have a more beneficial for the clients. Rather than, for example, the client ask for 70 workforce, we can provide them with 50 workforce and they can do the job 100% because they are multi-skilled. And all of this has been monitored, as I mentioned earlier, with the EVP. Now we have discussed about the Vocational Development Academy. Let's have a brief look at our technical capabilities. First thing first, we cover all the maintenance activities, rotating and static, such as pumps and rotating equipment, plus also static equipments. Electrical and instrumentation. We have a SQIP team as well who are capable to do all of these maintenance and assessment on the electrical and instrument capabilities. When required, SOMS can deliver as well painting, scaffolding, and fabrication and welding services. And we do have teams who are doing these type of activities. And as we develop our teams, we will provide more and more Omani project managers who will be the future leaders in the industry, inshallah. So this was a short view of our technical capabilities. As an advantage for our local SOMS initiative areas, 1, shorter outage timing. 2, lowering the cost, which is will help our client to choose us more than any other company. 3, improve efficiency. 3 and 4 is enhance the SHEQ, what's called the safety and the quality as well. So SOMS cover the entire supply chain, starting from the upstream to midstream up to the downstream. We have a presence in all of these areas. Alhamdulillah, if you go to any site, there's a big chance you can see a SOMS cover all over there, and we are proud of that. And throughout many years, delivering in Omani support in this region, this is basically the SOMS goal. SOMS understood the current limitation and challenges facing the industry and the Omani government. By using well-trained and SQIP team, the local talent, we have offered a local support for all of maintenance scope that has added an advantage of keeping the Omani funds only in Oman. Thank you so much for your time, much appreciated. And at the end, our takeaway goal is to have a local force, enhance operation efficiency, timely execution, reduce reliance on the international resources, flexible workforce model which optimize the cost, shorter turnaround times, effective planning and execution, as well paving the way to successful the project outcome. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Much appreciated. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask at this moment. Thank you again, much appreciated. And please, we are welcoming you to visit our booth, which is just in front of the stage. We choose this place particularly for this. So please have a visit. Thank you again.
Well done, buddy.
Thanks, man. Just we keep this one here.
Thank you, gentlemen. So, Net zero compliance is becoming a condition of doing business for Oman's SME supply chain. Our next speaker examines how digital tools and AI integration in the JSRS system are turning that compliance obligation into a commercial differentiator. Please welcome to the stage the CEO and founder of Business Gateways International, Mr. Hemant Markoth. Welcome to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I was supposed to originally speak in the afternoon at about 3-ish, and they just requested me to come forward and handle this now. So thank you very much for accommodating this time of yours here. I'm Hemant. I am the Director and CEO of Business Gateways and a resident of Oman for the past, I think, 17 to 18 odd years. I don't know how the time flew, but well, here I am. And so today, in this short presentation of 20 minutes, I just thought that, when they asked me what kind of topic would you like to take on, I thought that sustainability and SMEs is a huge topic today, not just in Oman, but around the world. And I thought, okay, let me give you a few thoughts of myself into this. So who we are Business Gateways. We incepted in 2010 in Oman. And we deliver IT platforms that inspire communities worldwide to live and work better. So this is basically our mission, our vision. What we do is, and you might be wondering, what am I doing in sustainability here? I am not a sustainability guy. I'm not a professional in sustainability. I'm more an IT guy. But I just thought the magic words that relates to worldwide to live and work better. The live part of it is where I think sustainability comes. And so I thought, okay, let me just put this together for you guys. What we do, we currently work very closely with more than 50 major governmental and organizations worldwide. And okay. So we, on a daily basis, we operate with more than 9,000 clients, customers, companies from around the world. And we manage more than 850,000 Omani citizens on the subsidy network of Oman. So we are mostly into the build and operate of our platforms and how we do it. These are our platforms which we have developed. And today, as we told you, the JSRS is one key project in Oman's energy sector. And most of you know that, even though it's a procurement platform, it drives a lot of ICV and local content for the SMEs in the country. Yeah. So we have more than 8,000 to 9,000 odd companies with whom we deal with. We are also the organization who developed the national subsidy system, Nadam al-Wataniya, on behalf of the government of Oman. We have more than 850,000 odd citizens who are currently connected to this and with whom we use the petrol fuel card. And you must have noticed most of the Omani citizens having that particular fuel card. So we are the guys who are operating that particular platform. I'm sorry about this chairs, it's kind of blocking it, but nevertheless, that's just nothing but the timeline. And come to 26, we manage the Oman Investment Authority ICV system called Kimam. Which we drove. We are also managing the RAPT system, which is to do with the industrial ecosystem of Oman with Madain, and where we are bringing all the manufacturing companies onto one particular platform. I'm here to discuss on one interesting project called the sustainability project called the Blue to Green. I'll just touch upon this later. We are also building digital corridors this year to connect Oman to the global trade. And we believe very strongly in digitalization because we feel that, whatever is the economy that we are working in, unless we go into DT or the digital transformation mechanisms, the embracement for the citizens or the communities will be very difficult to reach out and to penetrate. So that's our space, and that's where we are. So it's kind of going down, but here we are today to just discuss about this, the Oman's national strategy for an orderly transition to net zero. We all know that Oman has embarked on it. It's not just Oman. This is a global mission. And there are so many companies or countries who are at varying degrees of maturity where they are going. Even though most of the countries are looking at, 2050, 2060, 2070, I don't know if you're aware that some 8 odd countries have already reached the goal, right? The likes of Bhutan, Madagascar, and you name it, Suriname, and even though they are small countries, but they are very mineral rich, and if they could do it, that really makes the entire journey for the world to go where we are, right? So essentially, there are 3 types of transitions that are there in the world today. One is to do with the accelerated transition model, you have the orderly transition model, and you have the delayed transition model. Obviously, as the word indicates, you get the gist of it, right? I mean, when you look at an accelerated, it is like, go for it, kind. But in the process, there are a lot of payoffs that are happening. The reliance on hydrocarbon would be hit, and so some of the work-life models for the citizens kind of get disturbed. Whereas on the delayed transition, you kind of push it as much as you can and then go for the last mile to try and make some miracle out of it. Oman, interestingly, follows the orderly transition, and I have actually underlined the orderly component of it there, because this orderly mechanism is a real balance between what exactly is on the accelerated vis-a-vis that of the delayed. The impact of it is out here. First of all, it's the speed of action. Deploy cheaper solutions first and then deploy later hard ones. Meaning, we need solutions from the net zero model, but go for the low-hanging fruits first and then try to reach out to the bigger ones. So that's the model that we are following. The economic impact is obviously minimizing economic cost to citizens and to industry in terms of this transition, because you cannot just go and obligate them to say, tomorrow onwards, just use only electric or solar or God knows what. So you can't do that. The hydrocarbon role, oil and gas continues, funding transition, gradual managed phase out. But that's precisely where we are. Even with His Excellency Salam Al-Ofi's yesterday's speech was in that precise direction, where they were looking at maintaining the hydrocarbon models to kind of go through in the same way and then eventually slowly transit. And Oman is really investing hugely into the renewables, as you know, fundamentally in terms of managing the scope 1 and 2 ecosystems that are there. So the challenge to the national transition, what exactly is the challenge? What are we looking at? I kind of put this into a question, and there's one question who's down the line, but I'll probably read it out to you as well. Essentially, what are we aiming at? So we know today, we have quantified it. We know we are talking less than around 94 million tons of hydrocarbon GHG that's kind of floating in the market. And if you leave it as business as usual, we are looking at 100 plus down the line. So that's where we are aiming, to decarbonize, to get down to basic sustainability over there. Whom are we aiming at? In today's presentation, I'm going to ring fence myself to the SMEs. Now, obviously, we know the big boys, we know the big companies who are involved in it, the likes of PDO and all, who are the leaders in things which are there. But my focus is interestingly more on the SMEs, because SMEs being on the lower part of the pyramid, the numbers are there. The emissions per SME may be a little less, but when you translate it to numbers, you would realize that the collective contribution of these things are going to be significantly higher. Yeah? So that's whom we are aiming at. And interestingly, in Oman, we still haven't got the complete study done in terms of the actual emission from the SME segment point of view. There's a lot of work going on into it. And worldwide, that's the scenario, in fact. Almost 50% is the broad estimate that you can take for. And reaching the target of where are we aiming at is at net zero 2050 with an interim, recently, Ministry of Energy and Oman Net Zero Center, they have looked and or rather realigned their intermittent milestones. That's kind of a moving train, because in the latest thing, the first milestone, M1, is at about 33% to meet that out by 2035. This itself is not easy. Okay, and I often wonder, when I got into the sustainability understanding, I just got in maybe a couple of years before, I often wonder, why are we all talking so far ahead? Why can't we just have a sustainability done tomorrow? Then when I started reading about it, I realized the actual dependence on carbons, the actual dependence on our daily life that's happening. And to put the brake and to reverse us, it's going to take a massive journey. But that journey can be achieved if we can all work together in terms of achieving it. The final one that I have hidden down there is how are we going to achieve it? The how, I'll come to it later in terms of what is to be done from our perspective. So how does Omani SME businesses play a role in this? What can we do as a collective team which is there? The first and the foremost thing is the cultural shift in doing business. We have to understand, because from the mindset of an Omani business, because I've been dealing with all Omani businesses for the last 15 odd years, we know how survivalistic it gets, how hard it is for them to even sustain themselves, leave alone sustainability. We understand the journey because most of them are only 2 or 3 people with a single owner trying to handle, putting everything, all the risks that they can into their survival, and it's not easy. And they're already in a boiling pot. And then, unlike big companies who can afford to have sustainability managers, ESG consultants, and God knows who, they can afford to do it. But if you ask an Omani SME, they simply cannot. That's the fact of the matter. Now, suddenly, when we start asking them to shift over, the key question comes, what's in it for me? How do I make sure that I balance it out in that, what we do? So the shift is needed. The gentle push towards profit-centric to balanced sustainability-centric is required. It's not just profit alone, but a balanced sustainability profits, where we would need to invest gently into what we do. The government is moving top-down, as you know. The MSX, everybody is looking at the top-down model by mandating the big boys to kind of start doing the ESG reporting and God knows what. But I am a firm believer of bottoms up, sorry to say that. I like to go downwards. I like to go from down. I'd like to touch the grassroots, and we'll have to connect the grassroots because that's where the numbers are and how we drive it. Inclusive through awareness and handholding, obviously. The carrot and the stick approach is important because the benefits. What can we give as benefits? How do we make sure, while we put a regulation to it, how do we ensure companies are recognized for making this particular shift? And finally, I am a firm believer that whatever is the regulations that we talk about, you need to have a digital ecosystem to drive it today in order to reach the grassroots. The regulations, the obligations, the rules, mechanisms, policies, everything is put in place. But if you do not have a digital platform to reach out, to connect, to engage, and to mentor, this whole process might get a bit shaken out. So that's where I put it in the last as a very important point over there. From the Omani SMEs perspective, I've just based it out into 4 different quadrants here. Fundamentally, if you look at this particular quadrant, you will understand that you're looking at the non-financial, the reward, the financial, and the monitoring, the performance that are down there. Basically, it's about putting up a matrix to understand the quadrant in which an SME can be connected with. And how do we work with? Say, for instance, if you're looking at the rewarding progress, you're talking pay for performance, beneficial payment terms, higher product prices. If the product is sustainable, then you pay more for it because of the carbon costs that are there. The performance matrices in terms of carbon pricing, financial penalties. You know, ICV has got a lot of obligations today. We give 10% to SMEs, 20% to SMEs, and then we monitor that. Sustainability should also start taking that role, where these contracts are getting obligated on emissions. And there is a subcontracting mechanism that has to take the onus on the SMEs to drive this, more from that particular perspective which is there. So we are looking at various models in terms of capacity building, etc., over there. What is BGI's strategy here? Because as I told you, we are the guys who are driving the JSRS, and we have more than, at a rough pick of around 5,000 plus companies already with us. Our strategy now is to aim at the phase 1 in terms of the BGI strategy for SME transition to support the government in terms of how we do, is to pick and ring fence our engagement with the JSRS community. Because we already have more than 5,000 odd companies in that, with more than 75,000 products and services who are already connected to the ICV or the local content, the way the B2B ecosystems that are there. So what we're trying to do now in JSRS is to slowly start enhancing this towards a sustainability journey, right? And giving them the tools and the mechanisms that can really support them in terms of where we want to go. So fundamentally, it is to enable green sourcing. Number 2 is to go into transition of products and services, strengthening assessments, and of course, inclusion of a sustainability profile, because in JSRS right now, we do not have a sustainability profile for the benefit of oil and gas operators or the ministries, etc. We are planning to bring this as an SME visibility mechanism to be brought in over here as well. So now I'm talking about how are we going to aim to do this. So we did a lot of work in fact, for the last 2 years in terms of, when I got into the sustainability, I was honestly, I just got in only 2 years ago. And when I opened that dimension of my mindset into what is actually happening, I was stunned to know that people have been in this from 70s. Right? And those are the pioneers who believed in sustainability, who kind of knew where the planet is going, what kind of disaster is being looked upon for the past 50 odd years. And I'm just 2 years into that. But it was amazing to see what is there. So what are we trying to do as BGI in terms of supporting this particular journey is we are now launching a massive net zero platform as an ecosystem with business gateways. Now, this platform is called the Blue to Green framework. This platform is driven as a global pathway for today's blue planet to tomorrow's green economy, one nation at a time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's important for me to tell you that we are, as an Omani company, going global with this platform. It's not just in Oman. Oman is, of course, beloved Oman is where we are starting, we are learning, but this is going to be an Omani concept that we are taking to the world. And this is a massive system. We have spent days and nights on it in order to build this particular ecosystem. You're more than welcome to look at blue2green.earth. That's our website. Yes, launched yesterday over here in opES. What's the aspiration is to build a comprehensive network of national ecosystems supporting every nation to implement, monitor, and achieve the net zero targets. This is what we're trying to do. We are trying to create a collective and a cohesive ecosystem that can drive sustainability through bringing all the partners into one ecosystem. We are starting with Oman's national green cluster, which is the Sultanate. We are building national clusters worldwide. And we are starting off with Oman, and this green cluster is going to work very closely with the government. This is a private initiative. Nobody asked us to do it, to be honest. We are just jumping into it, believing that we can really make a difference, coming from bottom up, supporting SMEs, giving them the particular connect, and eventually down the line support Mizan, which is the government's platform for the net zero. So what do we do on this? This is what we are planning to work on. I'm just giving you a comprehensive high-level view of what we do. We have every country, we're going to have a net zero guide, which is going to be an AI-driven guide that is going to support SMEs for mentoring, connecting into what we do. There is a green energy integration. We are bringing in sustainability support. And the whole thing the whole ecosystem is being brought in. The purpose is to push back on the GHGs. If you notice, we are trying our best to bring in the required services that can really make a difference on the actual damage that is happening. Hopefully, we try to be a small band-aid on top of this particular wound of the earth that is happening there. So what is the path that we are discussing here for SMEs particularly? I'm grouping this in Blue to Green into 3 groups. One is to do with compliance. Number 2 is the procurement pathway and the adoption pathway. Now, what do we mean by compliance? As you know, tomorrow or the day after, we are looking at compliance where reporting is going to be mandatory. It's already mandatory with MSX. We know that, right? A few trust sectors have been brought in. But in SMEs today, we are talking about the magic word called voluntary. It's not mandatory pathway, but a voluntary pathway. We want to see leadership. We want to see ownership. Even a small particular company to kind of come on board and drive it would make that massive difference to what we do. So what we have done, we have brought the whole system into one particular pyramidal structure, where as a company, you can start at the bottom down. Once again, I apologize for the chairs down, but nevertheless, it shows it's an ESG scoring system. We are working with Dun & Bradstreet. We are partnered with Dun & Bradstreet, and they have a massive ESG scoring system, which is nothing but a very simple survey. That's it, nothing else, just a survey, which any SME, without breaking their heads on rocket science of ESG and whatnot, can go through that simple survey, understand where they stand in terms of a scoring. Where do they basically fit in? How do they basically fit in? Then we go to the greenhouse gas emission system to understand your emissions of what we do. Then we have the ESG scoring system of scope 1 and 2, and finally to the scope 3. So it's basically nothing but a maturity matrix that we are kind of putting in place, supporting the Omani SMEs to go through this. So we call it as the ECM, the emission controlled maturity metrics that are there. This is what is our roadmap that we are proposing for our SMEs in Oman. What it means is it's basically a kind of an IT architecture, but just to give you an idea behind what we're doing. If you look at that X line over there, you would see you start with the maturity level of ESG scoring 1, then you have the baseline of emissions on the second one. So a company can be going through a journey towards starting with the emissions, moving to the baseline, and then be prepared for the net zero model onto the side. Eventually, what the Blue to Green is planning to do is to collect this data, is to ensure that this data starts coming in below this, and you will start understanding you can even set your greenhouse gas targets in your system, where as a small company, you can decide, you know what, after 6 months, I'm planning to go solar in my basic stuff in my factory. How do I do it? The question then becomes how. I want to do, but how do I do it? The Blue to Green system supports you to do this because there are mechanisms and tools that will help you to go through that journey through a configuration, and it is AI driven as well. So eventually, the plan is to build the sustainability data, and this data can be driven into the net zero for the government to integrate. So that's how we look at it. This is a sample of the score that I've just shown you here. As a company, you can understand where you stand. This is the Dun & Bradstreet scoring model that is there. So this gives you the foundation. This gives you the start, the much needed start, because everybody's talking about it, but we're not able to do this, yes. So this is one particular, I can go on talking, so I better stop now. So this is the, we are starting a green market network where we are bringing in a sustainable products repository like the JSRS. We are building a green market network. So any of you have products and services that you want to support PDO with, or Occidental with, or any of the EPCs, by and large, you can start getting yourself certified on this. And interestingly, this connects back to the JSRS. Okay, so once you get yourself certified on this, you can move this data back to the JSRS. We are also building the RAIN model, which is to do with ADOPT, where we are connecting the research, adopt, invest, and network mechanisms to support SMEs in their active journey that is there. As I said, the interoperability is what is already put in place. So if you are a JSRS user, you can directly log in through the JSRS, and it will take you straight to the Blue to Green as well. You don't need to create a separate data profile. You don't need to do any separate login. You can go straight into the ecosystems over there. So that's it from my side. Thank you. I think I've exceeded by 2 minutes. My apologies. So any questions, I'd be more than happy. You're more than welcome to visit our stall, which is just a stone's throw here. We are here at BTI, so we would love to talk to you about the Blue to Green sustainability. We are more than happy to take any questions. Any questions, please, that you would like to ask me? No questions? All right. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hemant. So moving on. Our next presentation explores how the oil and gas industry is moving towards more integrated, agile, and efficiency-driven operating frameworks, with workforce integration and strategic partnerships at the center. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ayman El-Sadat, a business development and key account professional at GET Global Group. Welcome.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry it's a little bit late. So, my name is Ayman El-Sadat. I am the key account manager. Oh, sorry.
The ISRTC session is commencing now in Hall 1 stage.
So, my name is Ayman El-Sadat. I'm the key account manager in business development at GET Global Group, based in Saudi Arabia. I'm not unfamiliar with the industry. I've been doing this for the last 17 or 19 years. 13 years of those I've been doing drill bits. I work with multiple clients, Saudi Aramco, PDO for almost 10 years, CCD, Oxy, Dalil, almost every client in Oman and the biggest client in Saudi Arabia for sure. I hold a bachelor degree in chemical engineering from Egypt, and I've seen a lot of things during my experience. I worked offshore, onshore. So here's a glimpse of what I learned. So what I'm here is to talk to you about it today is efficiency in oil field operations. The two main topics are actually the manpower and the procurement part. So the problem is the workforce flexibility is a big loss. So what we are doing now, we are hiring people at the high demand, and then when things go south, when things go down, we start losing people. Same goes for inventory. We start purchasing a lot of things based on unpredicted forecast, and then things stays on shelves. They are very big assets, a lot of money that is not returning anything, and our ROIs are extremely bad. So the problem with workforce is we think we know what we are paying for. We think our daily rates is what we are getting. But there is a lot of hidden cost that we don't know. The problem is the cost is fragmented between too many departments in our company. HR is handling some part, procurement is handling another part, some people are handling the finance is handling payments, and operation is seeing only the daily rate. We think we know what we are paying, but we totally don't know anything. So how much really a person costs you? It's not his daily rate. There is a lot of things. So you get mobilization charge, you get his training, you get his PPEs, you get his end of service, you get his air tickets, and everything change when rotation change. So you think this guy is costing you this at 1 month. If they change to 2 months, 1 month, the cost is totally different. So we need to start looking at this not per individual, it's per position. That's what we should be looking for. It's not about how we outsource people, how we work our money or how we work our travels. It's how we operate smart, in a smarter way. Another part is inventory. We think we buy based on predicted model. We know the forecast for the next year. We start buying things. We pay up ahead. It takes a lot of our capital cost, but we don't know when is this being utilized. So we buy upfront, up ahead, and then we end up with long cycles. A lot of the stuff that we get become obsolete, and then we get a lot of excess inventory that we don't know what to do with it later. And then the thing is, we are misled. We don't know the total cost of ownership of all this stuff. So there is another solution that is in place. Sorry. Hold on. So this is to summarize the problem. Why do we have a problem in workforce? Why do we have a problem in inventory? It's because everything is fragmented. It's divided between multiple departments in our company. Operations seeing something, HR seeing something totally different. Finance is handling the situation in a different way. Procurement is the same. So none of these departments are actually talking to each other. And we're using multiple vendors. And when you do that, and you don't have an apple-to-apple comparison, you don't have a system in place where you can see, is this vendor cheaper or this vendor more expensive? So sometimes the cost, the visible cost you can see is not the total cost. There is a lot of hidden cost, again, because of the fragmented situation between departments. And this is why we should act smarterly. We should know how to compare things to each other. Maybe you can outsource something from here that's cheaper and something from there that's more expensive. But if you consider all the hidden costs, the more expensive one can be the cheapest one or the smartest one. The other thing is, in workforce and material, is the unused or unutilized inventory or workforce. You might bring people, they will not work for the whole year for you. They can work for a few days, they can work for a few months, and then they let go. So you need to calculate for all of that. The cost of people sitting around doing nothing. The cost of inventory sitting around doing nothing. It's money on the shelf, not generating any revenue. This gives you limited operational visibility, and it makes you reacting to the problem as they go. You're not planning smart as you go. This is actually not new. A lot of companies are working with these smart models already now. Halliburton's, Baker, HLBs are doing a lot of this. So it's not a matter of what is the way, what is the vendor, what is the company. We are not here to promote a specific company or a specific model. It's the way that we are asking is to think smart, integrate everything together. Your stocks, everything should be live. You should have platforms to monitor this. And this is only being done by digital enablement. We have now everything digital. We have tons of platforms. We have tons of AI that you can see. You don't have to spend up ahead, up front, and get your cost amortized through the years. You can get that done from the first day if you plan smartly. So if you see here, these are the 5 characteristics of an operating model built for the next decade. So with your costs aligned, you know your actual deployment, your actual cost from day one, from the first moment. You know you pay only for what you use, not what you plan to use. And for the risk transfer, this is what we are talking about here. Why would you take all the risk? Why would you deploy all the people through your full-time employment? Why you buy all the inventory, all your equipment directly and put them on the books of your company? Only God knows when you are going to pay for that. Why don't you transfer the liability to just the professional, to somebody else? Take care of your temporary workforce. Take care of your temporary inventory, things that you are not sure about. If you are sure about something, if you are sure about your employees, if you are sure about this equipment, for sure, buy them directly. But for the things that you are going to get temporarily, it's contingent plan. Leave it for the professionals. And for the role level pricing, as we are speaking, it's not about the person, it's not about the individual. It's always about the rule. So you know the rule of this job, how much it will cost you. You can plan your P&L up ahead, 1 year up front. And as we said, now there are tons of platforms that can connect everything together. You can see who's working in your field live. You know every day how much you are spending because everything is fixed up ahead, contains everything. So the daily rate of those guys contain their travel, PPE, HSE training, everything. So every day in the morning, you know how much this project is costing you today, how many person is deployed, what is the true total cost of ownership of this project. going on daily. You don't come at the end of the month and you get surprised by a lot of compensations, a lot of pending invoices, a lot of things that you were not predicting for this month that is hitting your P&L very badly. So with these two models about inventory and ownership, you know what is going on. You can predict your cost. And whenever you don't need, whenever the activity is low, this can all be suspended. You only pay for what you use. So in GET, we have these two models. One of them is called Integrated Crew Solution, and the other one is called VMI, Vendor Managed Inventory. For Integrated Crew Solution, we take pride that it's a single bill. You want a directional driller, you want a mud engineer, whatever the job, name it, wireline, coil tubing, we make the contracts, and it is a single daily rate that includes everything. Air freight tickets, HSE training, PPEs, end of service compensation, and by the end of the month, you get one bill multiplied by this rate, and that's it. There is no hidden cost, there is no unforeseen amounts that you will be surprised. Everything is planned. You can plan your P&L for the next whatever years the contract is. You know exactly what you pay for. Same for VMI. For the small things, for the MROs, for the things that you buy in bulks, stays in your shelves for years. You only utilize them when you need, but what about the rest? It's either you throw them away, the technology is obsolete, something is newer, and there is no return on those assets. With VMI, we buy all of this for you. You only pay for what you use, and you can predict your P&L very clearly. And we share the risk with you. So if you don't use anything, we have a lot of clients that we can utilize those materials with. So these are the only things that I want you to come up with today. Workforce cost is not the number that you see. Every part in your company sees a different number. Operations sees a daily rate, HRC, end of service benefits, procurement see a different rate. None of these talks. So with this solution, it's one number that summarizes everything. And it is clear for everyone, for every department, what is really the total cost of the ownership. And this is on a role level, not an individual level. It's not for Ayman, not for Ahmad. It's DD 1, 2. This is the rate. Anyone can fit here in this model. And that is what we are speaking about. Inventory is not a balance sheet issue. It's a supply chain one. It's the thing that you buy and don't use, thing that really hits your P&L, the thing that really goes obsolete for years without knowing. And you don't have a track. You only know what you bought. But many, many, many times, I've seen it with tons of clients. They know what they have, but they don't know, is it in stock or not? Is it used or not? This is the smarter way of how to track that. And with these smart operating models, it's a win-win for everyone. It's a shared risk between operators, between clients, and between suppliers like us. So, do you guys have any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ayman. So power continuity in process industries is a safety critical requirement. High-speed bus transfer systems provide rapid switching capability that prevents process shutdowns and ensures grid stability. Our speaker examines their application in autonomous and grid-connected operations. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Vivek Atri, the Chief Marketing Officer of Aratech Solonics.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivek Atri, and it is my pleasure to present you one of our flagship product called High-Speed Bus Transfer System, BTS 2000. Today, I will take you through its features, applications, how it help industries achieving reliable and uninterrupted process continuity. Power systems are becoming more complex, dynamic, critical than ever, and managing them with yesterday tools is no longer enough. And this is where we introduce our product called High-Speed Bus Transfer System. Before moving ahead, I just want to give you a short introduction about our company. We are a 40 years old company in India, established in 1982. We specialized in advanced energy application and have been delivering innovating engineering solution to the industries for over 4 decades. We have 3 units, manufacturing units, supply references, more than 15 countries, 10 product lines, 2 patents that we have, 150 employee strength, 2 onshore locations, and we have our own in-house R&D center. So just want to give you a small brief about industries we serve. We are into a defense, we are into a renewables, we serve in oil and gas, power generation, heavy engineering, industries, IT and telecom, healthcare, waste management, and transportation. So these are few products which we offer globally: control and relay panels, high-speed bus transfer system, fault current limiters, alternate adaptive power modules, cranking ultra capacitor, and Oxtro flywheel. Today we will discuss about high-speed bus transfer system. So what is the meaning of a high-speed bus transfer system, how it works? Bus transfer system is used for a process continuity, transfer of motor loads from normal source to alternate source. This is used unplanned shutdowns and during the voltage dips. These are the critical applications. As you can see: fossil fuel fired boilers, pressurized water conductors, nuclear units, semiconductor manufacturing plants, chemical plants, petrochemical plants, and process industries. So this system comes in 2 configurations. First is main tie configuration. Here you can see a typical example of thermal power plant where generator is feeding grid, and at the same time it is feeding a unit board with UAT transformer. And if there is any fault comes in a UAT side, it gives a BTS senses that command from upstream source and gives a tripping command to incomer breaker and closing command to tie breaker. This is a typical case of process industries, refineries, and petrochemical industries, which is called as a normally closed tie breaker and normally open tie breaker. This is called as a 3-breaker scheme. And if there is any fault comes in a source side, ability sense that command and gives a tripping command to incomer breaker and closing command to tie breaker. Similarly, if there is a fault comes on a source 2 side, it gives a tripping command to incomer breaker, incomer 2 breaker, and closing command to tie breaker. There are possibly 6 transfer directions available for the same bus 1 to source 1, bus 1 to source 2, bus 2 to source 1, and source-to-source changeover is also there. Now we will discuss about transfer initiations. There are three kind of a transfer initiations in high-speed bus transfer system. First one is manual changeover, manual transfer. It is a plant, it is used during a plant startups and plant shutdowns. Second one is protective transfer. Protective transfer occurs when there is any UAT fault on the upstream side and if there is any source failure occur. Third one is auto transfer. This auto transfer is a self-detection occur due to under voltage and under frequency. Now we will discuss about bus transfer methods. So there is two types of bus transfer method. The first one is closed transition transfer. We call it as a parallel transfer and normally used for a manual changeovers. This is used as a parallel transfer and its advantages are bumpless transfer, ease of application for the operators. But there is disadvantages also increase in available fault current, transfer not possible in case of steady state voltage difference and electrical fault on abnormal conditions. The second one which is there is open transition. Here you can see there is three modes are there, fast mode, in-phase mode and slow mode. So there are three criteria for the same. If your bus voltage is less than 80% and your phase angle is less than 20 degree, the transfer happens in a fast mode. Otherwise, it will go for a second slip cycle, which is called as an in-phase mode, where the bus voltage should be greater than 70% and phase angle should be less than 20 degree. The third one is your residual transfer, which is, we call it as a slow transfer. This is a spin down characteristics of a motor, where you can see the blue one highlights the transfer criteria which is there in a fast mode, and the yellow one highlights in-phase transfer, and the red one indicates residual voltage slow transfer. I will discuss here a few case studies that we have. This is a real-time DR analysis of fast transfer. During the disturbance, a source failure was detected. Initiating the transfer sequence, the system parameters satisfied the criteria for fast transfer. Here you can see, before getting the bus voltage down, FBT sensed that there is a source failure occurred on the upstream side, and it initiates the changeover. And while the phase angle is less than 20 degree, it is approximately 7 degree, the transfer initiates. And the frequency difference was about 0 hertz only. And the changeover happened. And you can see the changeover happened less than 20 millisecond, and the smooth changeover of around 40 kilowatt of load. This is a second mode which we call as an in-phase mode. During the disturbance of source fail occurred, initiating a transfer as the condition of fast mode were not satisfied. The bus transfer logic correctly selected in-phase mode. So here you can see, just hold on. In this case study, you can see the BTS detected upstream disturbance, but because of sudden dip in the phase angle, BTS blocked the fast transfer. And despite an initial phase difference of 35 degrees, actually anticipated the phase alignment and ensured the breaker closing within a 13 degree, achieving a safe and successful transfer. And here you can see the smooth changeover has been done around 3 megawatt load. So these are a few clients which we had served here in Oman and Gulf countries. We had done some retrofit jobs for Sohar Aluminium. We had supplied our system here in Petroleum Development of Oman. And these are few customers in their, as an EPC contractor, we had integrated our systems in that and supplied our systems. We have our own R&D lab. We have our 5 international publications, 10 academic tie-ups, 25 internal R&D projects we are doing, and 2 DST-sponsored R&D projects. These are our locations. We are, our factories are in India, and our sales offices are in UK as well as in USA. These are our supply references. We had supplied our systems more than 15 countries globally. This is our small team. Our local partner, Allied Oil and Gas, we are exhibiting out there, stall number C311. If you guys have any queries related to the system, please visit us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for prayers and networking. We will resume again at 12:30 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our sessions promptly in around 5 minutes. We will begin with a panel discussion on the future of energy mix for Oman. Also, your participation earns you a continuing professional development certificate. So please make sure to scan your badges with our security personnel in the area. Thank you. Hello. So, welcome back. We're resuming our sessions. What will Oman's energy mix look like in 2030, 2040, and 2050? This panel addresses the forecasting challenges, the infrastructure gaps, and the policy and investment decisions that will determine whether Oman's energy transition proceeds at the required pace. Please help me welcome to the stage our moderator, Ms. Sedina, the Executive Director of SPU, alongside her distinguished guests. Thank you.
You as well. I'm Sedina, and before I was coming here, I was thinking about what was the first story I've heard about energy mix. It was not so long ago in one exhibition where basically at Siemens booth they had this little game. It was about households using like regular electricity and then using the renewable energy sources. It was a game where you see that there is, like in certain neighborhood, overconsumption of the energy that you kind of click to add additional sources. So that was one very simple game. But now we are here in Oman, the country that is undergoing one of the most aggressive transitions, energy transitions in the Middle East. And we are talking solar backbone, wind corridors, the green hydrogen, grid integrations. So I wonder how this game will look like in the future. And to see how this looks in a field, actually, I would like to that you help me welcome our panelists. Mr. Hussam Abu Saif from Dhaka. So from Geothermal Meshhari Allied, Said Al-Sukri from Shell, and Mohammed Al-Lawati from PDO. So as my colleague already announced, the panel is a future energy mix for Oman, forecast, challenges, and roadmaps. Hussam, I will start with you. So Oman's energy system will likely remain diversified for years, rather than shifting from one dominant source to another. From utility and infrastructure perspective, what do you think will define optimal future energy mix for Oman, and how should the country balance natural gas, renewables, storage, and regional grid connectivity?
So thank you for inviting me for the panel and being with some intellectual group that will talk about the energy mix for the coming half an hour. So I'm glad to be here, and I think I liked your introduction, because as an individual, you will have always an option now. If we look at what's going on in the industry, you'll have an option to approach an energy source for you as an individual, even in the households. So you can think about, do I need to go 100% oil and gas, or I want to go for solar energy or wind? All of this is giving the individual or the human beings an option to choose the source of energy that they want to be engaged with, which is also true for the vehicles that we are driving. It can be powered by petrol or by electricity. So we can see a complete shift from starting from oil and gas, the development. We used to go for crude, then we went now for gas, and there is now another mix of renewables that we are talking. So the evolution is helping the human being to build a sustainable lifestyle that's moving forward. Back to your question, I believe that gas will continue to be the source of energy, and the source of sustainable source for the grid, for powering up utilities or industry in general. But what we can see is an evolution that happened started in a lot of countries around the area, and partially also Oman. I mean, when we talk about the mix that we have in terms of energy, we are talking about 4% that comes into the energy mix in Oman, which is a good start. I think it's going into the right direction. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of things that we need to think when it comes to how we're going to move from a fossil fuel or an energy that is based on oil and gas in order to move into renewables in general. I just wanted to highlight a couple of points before I move to my colleague that I wanted to touch base on. For Oman specifically, I believe the strongest model is a diversified hybrid system, okay? Where gas for flexibility and industrial reliability, solar and wind for low-cost renewable generation, storage and interconnections for balancing, and geothermal and thermal systems for long-duration stability and industrial integration. I think this is a roadmap, a quick roadmap to answer the question about what is going on with the energy mix in Oman.
Thank you very much. And we will continue with Meshari. Mainly, most discussions about Oman energy mix are mentioning wind, solar, and hydrogen. Where do you realistically see geothermal fitting in that mix over the next decade as a baseload power, industrial heat, or some complementary source? What conditions would need to exist for geothermal to become commercially meaningful in Oman?
Excuse me. Very good. Thank you for the question, and thank you for hosting us. And it's a pleasure to be in Oman amongst colleagues and friends. And really, it's a very interesting situation to discuss what could geothermal contribute in a country that has not really been known to house conventional geothermal plays, and in a dominantly gas-powered electricity producer, and with an ambitious renewables that is banking on solar and wind predominantly. But if I could just look at what are the different aspects that would allow geothermal energy to be utilized, geothermal really depends on geology and the presence of heat in the ground. From a traditional perspective, the known geothermal locations around the world are those that are existing in volcanic or active plate locations that are known around the world, known as the Ring of Fire countries. And this is where you have extreme heat or a very thin crust layer or volcanic activity that would make it easier for reservoir fluids, water to turn into steam that can then be generated into geothermal. This is the old conventional viewpoint of where geothermal exists. However, there is new technologies that are being developed, piloted now around the world that are extending the envelope of geothermal and utilization of subsurface heat in ways that can be used for power generation, still under discussion and study and pilot, but then have a cascaded use that can transcend industrial, tourism, agricultural, and more importantly and relevant to the Gulf region, cooling and heating and desalination. So when you talk about adding renewables to the energy mix, it is not just about discovering or adding another source, but how is that source going to connect with existing grid, and how is it going to affect the stability of the grid and its resilience. So regardless which type of mix we're talking about, the future energy mix has to be based on secure, stable, reliable, and cost-effective electricity generation. Because at the end of the day, the consumer is going to be paying for this, or the government through subsidies if that happens. Now, geothermal today in the region is being assessed as a concept of what could it help in. There are pilot projects that have started in the region, a successful one that was developed in the UAE as a concept to drive cooling. And in a region where cooling is the biggest peak growth, and cooling contributes to over half of the electricity capacity, and in a region where the electrical grid is designed for maximum peak load, it is extremely wise to think about how can geothermal-based cooling be utilized to remove that peak demand in an efficient manner. So, but still, it relies on a lot of geological knowledge, data release, and all of these, fortunately, in a country like Oman, they have a lot of expertise in conventional drilling and subsurface measurements. So most of the skills involved in oil and gas engineering, development, reservoir management are and can be readily transferable and pivoted into the geothermal sector to assess where this resource that exists beneath our feet can be developed over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Now, similarly, and this is a very common analogy that is used, if we go back to the development of the shale plays in the US, the Permian Basin, shale was known to exist. Shale oil or shale gas was known to exist. However, commercially, tapping into it was seen as a challenge. And that took a lot of ingenuity, engineering, trial and error. Similarly, when the concept of shale plays was developed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, again, it was not seen as something that is cost effective without trial and error, piloting. And now actually the shale play in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, or unconventional, is a strategic gas resource, the Jafurah Basin, which is critical to the kingdom's energy security and liquid to gas transition. What I'm trying to say is, what you might see today as being uneconomical or unfeasible over the next period of time with technology and trial and error and ingenuity might be the recipe for energy security. And it's worth to make that assessment now, such that you can plan for the future if you're looking at 2030 and 2040 and beyond.
Okay, so you still see possibility kind of to add geothermal to this mix, and then maybe release some solar renewables to be used for different sectors where maybe geothermal is not applicable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Said, I will allow you to say hi to our audience before I pose the question. So, Oman expands renewables while still relying significantly on hydrocarbons. How should policymakers approach the transition in a way that keeps energy mix economically competitive, environmentally credible, and attractive for a long term?
Yeah, thank you, Selina, for the question. But then I want to comment on my colleague, Mshari. You mentioned a topic very close to my heart, yeah? With a background in soil and water and geology, and specifically the topic of geothermal. I was trained on geothermal during college days. That was back in 2004, 2005, on geothermal, by which I heard this word the first time in Germany. At that time, they put it as a project that we need to look into as an alternative energy, and I see it's maturing. And if you count it, I think we are talking about 19 years plus since I heard this word first time. And I can hear now it's linked to the economics, linked to the technology maturation, and so on and so forth. So I think it's really very important to tap in all the technology opportunities that will take us to drive the ambition towards the energy mix. But then maybe to go back a few steps and talk about the local context of Oman, I think for a resource-rich country like Oman, what is really key for us is not really to rush the transition, rather than do it in a phased and managed approach. We are currently facing dual reality. On one hand, we have the energy security. We need to make sure that the continuous sustainable supply of energy in order to support the economy and so on and so forth. But then on the other hand, we have the carbon intensity requirements, by which we really need to reduce the carbon intensity and keep the hydrocarbons and energy as low carbon as possible. Those two topics are really a bit challenging to manage because here we are talking about growth. Let's have more of energy from conventional sources, looking into alternative resources as well. But then at the same time, how to reduce the carbon intensity, because that will require also investment. You need to invest in that area for us to reduce the carbon intensity as we go. So the bottom line for this is that we need to manage it in more of a balanced approach. Continue doing the current conventional way more efficiently, reduce the carbon intensity, but at the same time look for what are the alternatives. And for that, if you go to any industry or oil and gas industry, for example, a specific example, you will see that we already have a list of abatement projects. And usually when it comes to the list of abatement projects, we don't make it constrained. We don't restrict it to certain elements. We keep it open. Elements will touch base on renewable, elements will touch base on new technologies, elements will touch base on improving the current processes and facilities, including methane, including all other energy efficiency initiatives. And then we realized that we need to group those projects into different buckets. And I see, first thing you do is that you need to identify the practical solutions. We call them sometimes the low-hanging fruits, things which are providing sort of a short-term climate mitigation, but at the same time, it's a cost-effective, and it's also improving the performance of the facility to generate more. So it's things like methane abatement, things like energy efficiency, things like flaring recovery, all of those initiatives is actually improving the process, maintaining the safety of the facility, but at the same time, you're reducing the emissions as you go, and this might cost nothing. Sometimes it brings returns and value to the process itself. Then we move to different sort of stage approach by which we look into different technologies. But by saying phased approach, we don't mean focus on this and leave that. You do this, but at the same time, continue the studies and assessment on different technologies in order to help us to take towards the energy transition matter. So in the bottom line, I think it's more of a managed approach. I would call it phased, structured approach by which you start with the quick win, the easy solutions, low-hanging fruits, and then you move gradually with the different technologies. And as what Mishari mentioned, I think technologies are emerging. And I gave this example yesterday. Who thought one day that our phone will move from buttons to touch screen? I remember those days when I heard touch screen, how can you touch screen and dial someone? But then now it's common, it's all there. And you don't know the future, maybe something will become else emerging, yeah, and improving as we go. So it's all about having the phase approach, understand the current situation, what are the current needs. I think local context is very important. You brought the geology. Oman has potential, being it subsurface or surface, or even as a renewable potential, being solar and wind. And I think we can maximize that potential moving forward.
Okay, so basically what you are saying is that you should keep eyes open on every side, see how things evolve, and incorporate like lessons learned as we are going forward. Okay, thank you so much. And Mohammed, PDO operates at the intersection of conventional energy and renewables. Based on your experience, how do you see roles of renewables evolving within Oman's broad energy mix, particularly in supporting industrial operation, reducing gas consumption, and enabling future hydrogen emissions?
Thanks, Sadina, and nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I'm just going to compliment a bit on all of the guys who have mentioned. One thing is to look at renewables. I think we are in a stage at the moment where we already started integrating renewables into the grid. I think if we're talking, let's say 5 years or 7 years ago, that was not really the conversation at that time. We're looking at conventional gas generation, all of that. And the conversation has started to change. Now, the way I see this is being evolved, at the moment, we are having a mix of still your conventional power generation and with the renewable, mainly with solar and with wind energy. Now, obviously, we know the main purpose currently for renewable energy is actually reducing gas consumption. So that's what actually is happening. And when you reduce your gas consumption, this gas can be actually used for other purposes, LNG, export, other industries, and so on. So that's also a leverage from that side. But the way I see it, it's not only reducing actually your gas consumption. It actually can be opening up some industries as well, whether in Oman or in the GCC. So we have different industries that can be scaled, low carbon fuel industries. Green hydrogen is another one which has been a topic of discussion as well. And to actually open that industries, you will need to have more and more renewables. It's not really an issue of having a resource here in Oman in terms of the resource of solar and even the wind. Many areas in Oman, and it's not only in Oman, even in Saudi Arabia, some areas in the UAE, they have quite abundance of these resources. In some areas, as a matter of fact, we have even a combination of solar and wind in the same areas, which gives you a very good, a good combination. I think the issue comes back to what Mashari was saying, is on security of the energy. So at the end of the day, we understand all of these renewables are intermittent. And if you want to make it flow all the time, obviously you need to look at other ways. Is it going to be storage? Is it going to be something else? So that's always the discussion which is ongoing. And I think we have made some good strides at the moment of trying to introduce storage in the picture. I think this is going to happen more and more. So once I think you're going to have confidence and know, okay, this can actually give me a secure energy supply, this is where people will be starting even to head more into renewables. So I don't even see the grid only looking at renewables. Even bigger industries will be looking at how can they actually put also renewable as part of their system, whether it's fully or it's a hybrid system. That's a discussion as well. So that's how we see it's possibly being evolving in the region.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, different sector will probably have different applications, and we will see it going. So Hussam, I will coming back to you. As renewable penetration increases, utilities globally are facing challenges around intermittency, grid stability, and peak demand management. What infrastructure investments or system changes do you believe Oman must prioritize now to successfully manage a more complex and diversified energy mix in the future?
So I think Muhammad touched based on it. It's stability of grid,
yeah,
reliability of it. I think these are the investments that you need to look at, to look forward and plan accordingly when it comes to injecting renewable energy resources to it. So basically, yes, it is stability, storage, reliability of the grid. So those are in the planning phase of the introduction of renewable energy. It's a topic that will be discussed frequently when we talk about renewables. There are a lot of different sources of renewable energies. It has been said in this panel, a lot of approaches towards is it applicable to the country or geography or reservoir or whatever. But it is a natural development for anything that we are doing. We started with oil and we didn't know anything about gas, and now it's gas and we forgot about oil, and maybe later on it will be hydrogen, and then after that solar, wind. So this is a natural evolution. I like it because the only what matters for us as consumers for energy is the affordability. And I think it's going into the right direction, is reducing and being affordable to everybody. And it will reach a lot of places which is not part of this maybe region. Maybe other regions will have options and resources to. But it needs planning, it needs investment, it needs technology, and I think it is in the right direction. There are countries that are dependent on, I think 70%, Mishari, in Iceland, 70% on geothermal energy. That's the energy source in this country. Morocco, 60% on solar. So, I mean, there are countries that are fully dependent on renewable energy. Planning, legislations, laws, investment appetite in those countries are helping developing this energy mix. And I think it will happen. It's good that there is awareness, there is talks about energy. Again, being affordable, the capacity of storage, the intermittence of the network is something that needs to be looked at big time.
Okay, so we are for sure heading there, but how every country will come, it depends on how different things will evolve.
The world will go to renewable. Sooner or later, it will take its own cycle, but we'll be able to store that energy, we'll be able to deploy it, we'll be able to introduce it to the network, and the dependency on the normal source of energy is a natural evolution of what we are doing, because technology is evolving, and that's what will happen on the long run. And it's good for the future generations also.
Thank you very much. Meshari, I think you already touched the base on the, let's say, intermittency role of geothermal with regards to like Oman's future energy mix, and you can maybe clarify more. Do you think that geothermal will solve a strategic gap that solar and wind alone cannot address?
Okay, thank you. So the challenge with geothermal is in finding a viable resource from a geological perspective and from a production sustainability perspective. If that is able to be found in commercial quantities, then geothermal really steps up because of its nature of being able to provide sustainable, continuous baseload power. And as my colleague Hussam mentioned, there are countries that have made the strategic decision to invest in their geothermal infrastructure. And if you fast forward to when they made that decision in the early 1970s, like Iceland, for example, that decision was made roughly around the oil crisis of the mid-70s. And if you fast forward 50 years, Iceland was not affected at all with the gas crisis that happened over the last few years, right? Iceland, as a country, has the highest energy per capita by far, more than double or triple the second country in the world, which is Norway. So, but of course, Iceland is blessed by being in a geological setting that is very close to a volcanic magma chamber, that they have access to this. But nevertheless, it still took them decades to be able to develop their geothermal infrastructure. Now, renewables like solar and wind, they are fantastic for being able to scale very quickly and cheaply, but they all compete for the same 8 hours of sunlight in a day. To extend the envelope of solar, you have to add storage, and adding storage increases the cost of the resource, and it still does not reach the same capacity factor to make it baseload. Going and increasing storage indefinitely to be able to do that makes it cost more than other renewable options, like, for example, geothermal, if it exists. Where geothermal, I believe, can be useful at the present is to invest in understanding what the geological setting is and what is the potential for it. Where it can be used immediately is through projects that are using lower grade geothermal enthalpy or heat in projects like cooling, desalination, and industrial uses. This can be readily used. It is commonly and being driven all over Europe and Asia, Southeast Asia right now, and it is a very economical undertaking. How that helps the energy mix and how that helps the energy transition in countries in the Gulf and like Oman, well, it reduces the capacity and the peak energy draw on the grid because you're offloading a lot of that cooling. Instead of it being straight from conventional electrical sources, it can be driven by geothermal. And to start that, it can be done through specific off-grid campus projects to be able to pilot it forward, I believe. Yes.
Thank you. So basically, when we see the true potential of geothermal, we will know exactly like field of application in many areas. Okay, thank
Absolutely,
you so much. Said, we should be a bit conscious of time. Energy transition often requires policymakers to balance stability with flexibility. In Oman's case, how important is regulatory predictability for shaping the future energy mix while still allowing enough agility to adapt to rapidly evolving technology and markets?
Yeah, thank you, Celine, again. Regulatory predictability is absolutely important. I think what is key is basically the regulation should be basically very clear. It should be transparent. It should be very, clear, so that the investors can really have that confidence and to commit for investment. But then I will quote again a statement I used it yesterday in one of the panel. We mentioned that investors need certainty, and certainty will only come if the process is really clear. The permitting process, the right of land allocation, the right of transferring the green electrons to the grid, all of that clarity, the wheeling mechanism, all of that, if the clarity is there, then the investors will have a little bit confidence on, I'm okay basically to start discussing or the dialogue on the investment. So I think policy and regulation is very important. It has to be in place, it has to be clear. In one of the discussions we just had with the Oman Net Zero Center, they are basically reviewing the current policy and regulatory archetypes, and basically they are trying to advance it and make it more clear. Based on the assessment done, they recognize that around 70 policy setups need to be developed. And then my question was, 70 policy, is that not too much for us to advance? So the idea was not to really create documentation, not really to create frameworks, rather than to clarify those policy items and to have a consolidated, consistent policy framework by which it will explain all the requirements for that particular project or that particular sort of bucket of investment. Could be in renewable, could be in geothermal, could be in any other aspect. But then maybe just to, for the sake of time, maybe just to give a level of confidence for the audience. In Oman, I think the policy and regulatory setup development is there. We have a very strong baseline or start. From a quick assessment, as we speak, by the way, maybe for your information, we have 50 plus, and maybe Dr. Mariam can correct me, 50 plus environmental regulation in place. 40 of those are really related to, 40 plus are related to energy and oil and gas sector, which means that we do have a foundation and we do have a start by which we can basically pull those requirements, initiate the conversation and the advocacy and the discussion with the environmental regulatory authorities, so that whatever anything or any specific element need to be tweaked or updated or enhanced, that can be the starting point. So the regulation is there, I think, in terms of availability of the requirements. The beauty about Omani regulation is doesn't really set the mandatory requirement as a compliance requirement as such. It also gives you a guideline. Many regulations, if you go to the end, there's appendixes. Those appendixes give you the purity requirements, the parameter requirements, the thresholds, which will really help you basically to start designing your project or designing your facility or infrastructure. So our regulation, in fact, it acts as a guideline as well, because you can really use that regulation to develop or design your facility. So in a nutshell, I think in Oman, I think we are in a very good status when it comes to policy and regulation. From the governmental level to the operator level, there's also room for, dialogue. We heard many of task force and committees being established. Industry with the government with industry, they really discuss and they identify gaps or areas that require improvement, and then we pitch in those requirements and recommendations, part of the improvement process.
Thank you. I'm understanding that mechanism is in place, agility exists, and it's not like, let's say, set in stone, but rather very fluid. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Mohammed, last question for you. Moving from a renewable pilot project to utility scale, deployment is a major challenge in many markets. What do you think are the biggest barriers Oman still needs to overcome to integrate renewables at scale into its future energy mix? Is it infrastructure, financing, human capital, or industrial demand?
Okay. And now, for the sake of time, I'm looking at the time. I'll try to speed up a bit.
Okay, we will steal a couple of minutes.
So the way I see it, I think we mentioned earlier, the challenge is not on the resource itself, at least for some of the commercially or low commercial like solar and wind in terms of resources. I think one of the barriers is on the grid capability. So sometimes we can build maybe very fast solar and wind, but we cannot really build the backbone infrastructure for it as fast as we would like to. So that's one of the obstacles. So reactive planning should not really be there. There should be a very interconnection, coordination between how much renewable I need to bring in, but also the backbone. Now, having the backbone, we should not be only thinking about us as a country. We have an interconnection with the whole GCC area as well. How can we actually leverage on that to optimize renewable as well? So I think that's probably a one. Dr. Saeed has mentioned on the regulatory as well. I do comprehend that there is a good regulation so far in Oman, but I believe we need a bit of more harmonization. So we're still in a status where, yes, we have different policies, different industries, and so on. I think we're getting there in terms of trying it harmonize as much as possible. And that's why we have now Oman Net Zero Center trying to look at the whole industry, so that can already in the right direction. One thing as well is the human capital development. As like any other industries, when they start to develop, you always need to develop the human side as well. So initially you will get some challenges. You need to develop people to actually get the set of skills that you really need. But I think it's like any other industries when we started oil and gas and any others. I think we'll get there by time. So I think that's probably the main ones I've in mind. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know that we need to be cautious of time, but still, if you have some final point that you would like to make, please feel free to do so. Like, what would be the critical decision in this decade that Oman needs to make in order to have this really being implemented?
I think, again, reiterating that Oman has a lot of potential, being it surface, subsurface, or in the cloud. I think there are a lot of potential for us to maximize the energy. Sam, you mentioned about use the current technology. There are other countries, they are also leveraging certain technologies. We know that oil and gas is a non-renewable resource. I think we need to start thinking seriously on the renewable resource. But then my point will be, let's make it in a harmonized manner. Yeah? So basically, capitalize on the existing resource, make it more effective, more efficient, less carbon, but then at the same time, open up for other opportunities that we can also utilize.
Thank you.
I mean, no, I don't know if my data is right or wrong, but being at 1.3 giga on renewable energy in Oman mix of power generation is a very good start. And I think when you look at how we move towards or accepting change, I think it's coming. I agree. Human capital, things will change. Programs in universities will help. Everything will come and it will be changing. Who would start surfing, I think, will gain out of it because he will learn out of the trial and error. And I think keeping an eye and accepting change, looking at different alternative things, affordability is big thing that will help people change their mindset towards what we have now as an energy mix.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, it's a pleasure to be here. And to wrap up, I concur with all of the colleagues. Being open to new technologies and thinking beyond the quarterly cycles, making it more accessible and more palpable for investors through regulation, through grants, through creative financial solutions, whether it's grants that are converted into loans, etc., partnership models. would make the sectors and the new technologies able to flourish for the future. So this is where I see it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Maybe just a last word. So looking at the future, I think that's something we need to foresee. I see the future, it's very bright. We still have a mix of our gas conventional. That's still going to play a role. I think that still will continue. We'll have the sets of renewable, whatever sources they are. And I think we should be really adaptable, trying to also that there are actually other things in the market. So it's not about moving energy source from one to another. It's about the integration of all of it. So I see that integrated system and balance as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. So basically, we have all ingredients here. Just it's not a matter of time if you have cooked the meal, but rather who will cook the most delicious one and how fast. Thank you so much once again.
I'll call you again. All right. Thank you so much to our panelists and to Sedina for moderating. We will now move to our other panel discussion. The ESG agenda has moved from the periphery to the center of the energy sector strategy. This interactive panel examines how energy companies are transforming their ESG approach, from tick box compliance to performance-driven strategy. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Sedina, again, and her distinguished guests.
So, assalamu alaikum, hello everyone who were not maybe in the previous panel. Please help me welcome my panelist, Hilal from Agreco, Humaid from Opal, Mohammed Oman LG, and Blake. Oh. Thank you. I think I'm missing. It's fine. On Blake. Go continue. Okay. Welcome once again. So we are missing one panelist, but we will start without him until Blake joins us. When we look at the Sultanate of Oman energy roadmap today, the narrative has fundamentally shifted. We are no longer discussing ESG as a defensive compliance mechanism to protect social license. Following the Ministry of Energy and Minerals launch of the updated National Net Zero Strategy, we are witnessing a structural and re-engineering of Oman economic architecture. So we will be discussing this further with our panelists. Hilal, I will start with you. ESG has moved far beyond sustainability reports and corporate messaging. From what you are seeing on the ground with clients, are we reaching a point where sustainability performance is becoming a real commercial differentiator, something that directly influences investment decision, procurement, and competitiveness?
Exactly. Assalamu alaikum. So thank you for having me here on stage today and to focus on the ESG topic within Oman. So you mentioned that initially it was like just a matter of ticking the box just to meet the requirement and regulation. But nowadays, no, I don't think so. This is the current situation where, you know, each company putting like a clear strategy considering the financial and the public listed requirement and too many things toward implementing the ESG. Nowadays, the ESG one of the main mechanism that is used to evaluate the performance of the company, either is at a technical level or financial level or environmental level, and there is like a certain list of requirement that needs to be met according to make it like one of the professional companies within the region. So if we talk initially about the procurement, I'm giving you an example now. Some of the big companies, when you would like to participate on some of the tenders or on the procurement, there is like a need to meet a minimum ESG requirement in order to enter to that tender. However, for the small companies, it's not yet there. If we compare it from like the public listed company, again, there is like a mechanism or there is a requirement to evaluate the ESG, either in terms of the environment, the social, or the governance. There is a certain sectors need to be evaluated on details in order to get like a clear idea about this company. Additional to that, you know, there is like the investors. You have to gain the trust of the investors by showing them like a clear pathway in your future, at least for upcoming 5 or 10 years. The 5 years as a short term and 10 years as long term.
Okay, thank you. Humaid, like if ESG is increasingly shaping business decision at company level, how ready is the wider oil and gas ecosystem to respond collectively, and what still needs to happen for ESG to evolve from isolated initiative into a true industry-wide standard?
Sure, thank you. If we look at the energy sector in Oman, you know, one of the strong points we are very strong at collaboration. Either at the at the government level, at the the CEO's level, the HSE manager and the HR and multiple all those roles. We are very strong at collaboration, of the connection and coordination, and work together on standardizing on what's happening in the sector, because we have many operators in the sector. And they have their own path, normally their own requirements. International companies have the whole mandate as well. That's coming from the central offices. So what happens, what the strong points that we need to build more on is how to utilize this to ensure that we are going forward together on ESG specific principles. And now today, if you look at it, we have all the unified HSE standards. We have very specific occupational health standards, worker welfare, labor rights. We talk about even heat stress. We're talking about multiple areas that really are oriented towards the worker, how to make sure they're safe. Even the CAP standards, to ensure we really take care of those key stakeholders that are actually generating the business in the sector. We also have spent a lot of efforts in terms of corporate social responsibility at the company's level, but also at opal we have even gone further. We have also a platform to ensure we have integration with everything else. On safety, always became most important because we're talking about a high-risk environment, high-risk operations. So worker safety is very good. So we have already have like 12 standards already implemented today, committed from the top by the minister and all the CEOs of all political companies, which also means all the contractors and the rest will have to comply with. We currently actually working on environmental sustainability standard. Today, and hopefully by end of the year we'll get it signed. What means actually OPAL is developing it, which is developing it along with the stakeholders. So we get all the experiences, all the knowledge, etc., from the sector into one document, and that's get implemented across, hundreds, thousands of contractors. It goes to all the employees, our workers, etc., to assure we are looking at it. One thing probably, because of the maturity of ESG. It's similar to, we talk about HSE like 20, 30 years ago. I think we are at the same stage we're talking about ESG today, over the last few years. It needs a journey to go through. So a lot of companies at the different levels, large or small, have already been working on things that are linked to ESG. However, they do not shape it as ESG, not gathering it under the umbrella of ESG. And that probably needs to be more visible, then we'll have more of it. I know Net Zero Center is already working on ESG standard at OPAL and with the operators. We're going to work as well on ESG, which is specifically for the sector. And again, when we talk about the sector, which means the operator, the contractor, the subcontractors, everyone has to be lined up with it and work together on it. So we're working on it, as Hilal mentioned a bit earlier. Every company has their own, etc. But we have the ecosystem that we have all the enablers and the environment to make sure that we go together in this area.
Okay, thank you so much. So you are the one enabling visibility for all stakeholders involved in the process. Thank you. Mohammed, we often talk about ESG as internal responsibility, but global markets are changing as well. From your perspective, are international buyers and partners already starting to differentiate energy suppliers based on sustainability performance, transparency, and carbon intensity?
Thank you, Selena. I think I can utilize your first question to Hilal as an answer for the question. Definitely, there is already a shift well underway, and what we are witnessing is a structural change in the global energy market, and sustainability performance, carbon intensity. We can see it visibly becoming a commercial, selection criteria within the global market. And if you look at it on the transformation of license to operate, yeah. So primarily being competed on price and reliability, but you can see currently a third non-negotiable pillar is almost competing, in par, which is the carbon intensity. International buyers, like especially in Europe, which is, the maturity journey is ahead of, within Asia. If you look at the international buyer in Asia, in East Asia and Europe, they are not anymore looking for gas. They are looking for a certified low carbon carbon gas. And we can see a drastic shift from blind humidity to ESG digital twins or digital twins ESG data. So each barrel of oil, million BTU of gas, it has to carry ESG data. And if you don't have, or if you are weak on sustainability performance, you will be left not only on a softer price, but among smaller pool of buyer.
Thank you, and I must agree with you because I'm coming from Bosnia. We are not part of EU, but our company need to be compliant with CBAM, and many of them who didn't took this business seriously faced a big issue with CBAM become mandatory in 2026, and those who really prepared for it got comparative advantage. So that's really good point. So Hilal, when sustainability solution involve higher upfront investment, how do companies balance commercial pressure with long-term ESG value? And are clients genuinely prepared to prioritize sustainability when cost remains a key driver?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So if we are, let's say, evaluating the upfront capex needed or the investment needed in order to achieve the ESG target 10 years ago with now, with today, sorry. There is a huge difference. Previously, we don't have like enough technologies available, and the technology was really expensive and not really robust and strong to be implemented on higher scale. However, nowadays, the technologies are varying with different costs, different ideas which can meet and achieve the requirement of target. However, the companies itself need to take into consideration many things. And the main important one is that the total TCO. So the TCO value and the risk mitigation, both of these items will give like the way forward or to influence the decision maker either to go or to hold. Additional to that, they need to consider too many things, which one of the most important one is the reputation of the company, where they would like to be in future. As I mentioned earlier on the first question, is it for a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan or even longer than that? So these are the key things that will allow the companies to focus on the ESGs or to just slightly deviate from it.
Yeah, in accordance with their own business plans and what actually ESG is bringing back
exactly,
to them.
and it is mainly applicable on the energy sector because each sector has its own business model, and we cannot generalize it across the different sectors.
Thank you. Humaid, one challenge we often hear about is that ESG progress tends to move faster among large players, while others struggle with cost, capacity, or implementation. How do we avoid creating a two-speed industry where only a few companies are truly able to keep up?
Thank you. That's normal, right?
Yeah, it is.
So normally the big companies, the big players are the leaders, in this area. Either they're, the workforce capability they have built already, the mature system they already have, the strategies and the commitment, etc. So someone has to lead, and they are the leaders of the path in this area. And especially when you speak about, international organizations who have headquarters, US, Europe, etc. They are also by regulation, they are actually mandated to drive those. They have no other options as well. But they are more proactive in this area to ensure there is the culture, there is drive, etc. Now, they also financially they're much stronger, right? So now, what happens to the SMEs, to the special, small contractors, small organizations? They always have these financial difficulties. The majority of the people they can bring in, the capability they can bring in, and many of those, especially we talk about a lot of small and medium enterprises coming into the business because that's a part of the ESG to include them, to involve them, to mature the culture in the countries, and that's across the globe. We on all the countries actually we talk the same situation, the same challenge remains. That's why I said it's normal because that's how it starts, and it takes time to grow. The key is the big players have to involve the small players, getting that collaborative environment, enabling them, educating and coaching them. I'm similar to what I mentioned about HSE. The biggest challenge is we talk about it is the small companies, the small organizations that have the challenges in HSE. Either they don't have the strong HSE management systems, or they don't have enough governance and assurance processes and people who can look after it. So it may closely work together if we learn from that process and see where we improved and apply it when it comes to ESG to bring them on board. I think most of the challenge is about raising education, raising awareness, because many companies who might be doing it, but they don't know much about ESG. And it has been trending over the last few years. It has been a topic probably 20 years ago, but it didn't mature up until today when we really seriously talking about it in such events like this. So the big players, especially we talk about the operators in the sector, they have to make be the core in driving the change, involving the small companies, the small contractors, and getting help from the bigger contractors to educate and support and bring that knowledge, bring it part of the training requirements. Similar to HSE training, we should have ESG training, ESG mandates, reporting matrices, etc. And that's going to be a game changer. It's going to come in. In one way or another, it was mentioned earlier on, there won't be options. So everyone will have to come in, everyone has to comply, and hopefully everyone has to be proactive in this area. So it becomes part of the culture and not to be forced. It becomes automatically, naturally. To have a good business, we need to have good ESG. You have to have good system on the sustainability processes. You have to have the right workforce and their capabilities building. That becomes a part of the culture of the business. So unless if we reach that stage, it will always be a struggle. And the movement, the trends, the regulations, the government speaking about it, these are all the enablers to drive the change. And in the energy sector, it's a bit easier because we have, as OPAL, as Oman Energy Association, we have more than 530 companies that are members of OPAL. So our communications, either directly from OPAL or from the sector or from the ministry, they go to all of them on a regular basis. And we have more regular forums, conferences, engagement, etc., that we speak about the important topic that have to be gone there. We also help in the training development and rolling out training across the sector. That will be available to everyone, all the workforces with the sector. So it will be a lot easier actually to handle them within the sector. there might be challenge when you go outside the energy sector, because many of the sectors have more difficulties, more challenges at this moment of time, because there is a lot of fragmentation that is happening today across the globe in all the different nations. I think that if we have more integration, that will pave the path to a better ESG, better sustainability, a better care of the workforces and building capabilities.
Okay, thank you. So there is a place also for small and medium enterprises to maybe with their flexibility support bigger companies maybe with financial resources to support smaller companies to get engaged in
Indeed. I think, in the old days, I remember 25 years ago, we always said, if a company operating system would be similar to the HSE management system, it's implemented very well, it will be very good for business. And the same in here. It's exactly the same story. If you apply very good sustainability, etc., measures and principles and governance around it, you'll be better at business. You go ahead. I had many engagements with the SMEs. The SMEs who have been proactive, they managed, instead of bidding into contract tenders that are for few thousand riyals or 50,000 riyals. They said when we had all those systems integrated in our company, actually now we can bid for $1 million or million Oman riyals contracts now, because then they have grew up and they are in a position to compete with others.
Thank you so much. Mohammed, there is a growing global demand for lower carbon energy, but is the market already rewarding sustainability performance in a meaningful way, or are producers still carrying most of the cost and pressure of the transitions themselves?
Thank you, Celine. I think this is a central challenge, within the market. The pressure is high from a compliance point of view. Looking at what they call it a green premium versus a brown discount, whether that it will be equalized green with the green discount, they are meaningful reward. We can see it currently, despite it's still, catching up. Access to the market. So, for example, within the sustainability performance ESG, you do have a lower interest rate. We have seen within the LNG market and long-term offtake agreements. That's one of the contribution, definitely the sustainability performance. Despite the wave in this region is still not there, but if you look at Europe, carbon tax. So I think from my point of view, it depends on the lens how you look at it. It depends on the mindset of the organization. Some of them, they prefer to go as a proactive approach, despite the regulation is, or the pressure from the regulation is emerging. Some of them, they want to go business as usual. Despite, it is a very high capital intensive to do the decarbonization, doing the technology efficiency, ESG governance. Yeah, it depends how you look at it. So, for example, is it a central cost, or it is a future proving investment? I think the two parties who would like to go with a reactive approach, it's going to be a higher down the line, and vice versa. So the rewarding, I totally agree that is still not equalizing with the high capital intensive that you need to invest. And definitely, you're not going to see the return of investment in the next quarter. It's a long term, and that's why it's called sustainability. So you have to get, I think, organization with that sort of mindset will definitely, finally, their patient will be finally paid off.
So resilience. Thank you. And final question for all of you. 5 years from now, what do you think will most clearly separate companies that successfully transform ESG into business advantage from those that treated it primarily as a compliance exercise?
Okay, so 5 years from now. It's a bit a tricky question, but you know what we can see it from the market, especially in Oman, and mainly on the energy sector. The companies that start implementing and start investing on the ESG and will be in a good position. They will be more attractive on the financial way and from the investor point of view. It may also go on the innovation sector within the business itself. It will be more attractive for the expertise to work in, and also from like the branding point of view of the company. However, the companies which is considering the ESG as just a tick box and needs to be go ahead with their business, they will be in a really difficult situation. As mentioned by Mohammed, there is like a carbon tax, which will maybe implemented here. Then the second one is the carbon credit as well, which is the mechanism already announced almost 1.5 months ago by Oman Net Zero Center, which will may influence and support the implementation of the ESG. So this is how I'm look at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, 5 years time is a short time, but things are very fast nowadays. Things go very fast. Other regulations, requirements, expectations, you know, they go very fast. And what happens now, those, you know, we always say success doesn't come by accident. Yeah, there's a lot of efforts, a lot of investment needs to go into it. And people who do not like to invest into sustainability, into SG, into the workforce, into the right environment and the culture, and do not have good governance processes, they will be behind. Similar to, you know, how we do the bids. I've been, you know, the managing contracts and contract HSE and operations as well in the past. We have those criteria when we, you know, it has to go across the supply chain. You know, it's end to end. So it's not one company saying I'm good at this. It has to be who are providing you, who are supplying you, who is doing service. It has to be end to end. So it's not a standalone. So we have to influence this into our contracts, into our requirements, into our screening processes, into who are we going to be our partner in the business or not. And these will come in there. You know, we look at the history, we look at the records, we look where they are. It will be part of the tender requirements. There will be different percentages that we have to consider. And companies, organizations that fall behind, they will not be successful in getting the tenders in the future. They will not be able to get the contract in the future. Organizations today that do not work, they don't respect workers, that do not respect HSE and the worker welfare and labor rights, they'll be out of business, and workers will not like to work for them. Yeah, I do not like to be in a company that's very high risk to me, that doesn't care of me, etc. Similarly, when it comes to that, it will be a part of the culture of the organization. People that do not have those long-term sustainability plans, people will not like to work for them because there'll be better places that they can go for. Because the people element is always there in all of these areas. Yeah, so there will be a company that will lead, that will be stronger because they will invest, they will work for it. Other people will lose businesses as well, and you know, they will not have those opportunities. 5 years, I said, is too short, and you know, companies have to be fast. And I think events like this as great, but then we need to go beyond that, centralized, concentrated education, training, management systems, helping them, etc., in order to be you know, in that range. And we'll talk in 5 years' time here, inshallah.
Thank you very much. And I'm really glad that you emphasize multiple times on human capital development, which I think is crucial, especially in order to achieve these short-term goals. Like the only thing that can speed it up, it's people. Thank you. And Mohammed?
Thank you, Celine. I think the answer that I look at it, it depends. So for example, now, despite the geopolitical conflict currently and the disturbance in the supply, yeah, the tone of the sustainability and ESG is not as it used to be. Yeah. So my answer will be down the line of 5 years when we do have that sort of equalize between, the supply. Recently, the Financial Authority has put the IFRS 1 and 2 in implementation by 2029, so you don't have a choice. My personal advice, the more you start earlier, the more you will be in more, you will learn. It's a journey. You will be learning. There are lots of standards. It is a new field where it has been streamlined in one hub. We believe that ESG and ESG and sustainability is not born overnight. It's already there. But what has changed dramatically is the focus. Now there is one focus, standards. You have to disclose A and B and C. If you want to omit C, you have to put the justification. Transparency is becoming a currency. It's not a choice. Most of the listed company, you have to, you have to disclose. So five years down the line, I think it would definitely be a compulsory to disclose and to implement and to adapt sustainability. So you better prepare your serving before the wave comes to you, and at that time you will be in a disturbance.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the audience, we will be able to finish a little bit ahead of time at this panel. And yeah, thank you for your answers. I already had opportunity to see here some ESG reports of some Omani companies, and Voltam, for example, and it's really great what everything is considered within the report. So thank you.
Thank you. A session that goes to the heart of where the industry is heading commercially. We now hear from our next presenter. National oil companies are uniquely positioned to lead the renewable energy and hydrogen transition. Our next speaker examines how national oil companies across the MENA region are repositioning as integrated energy companies. Please join me in welcoming our next guest to the stage, Dr. Zaid Al-Sayed. He's the head of sustainability program at Petrojet.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to be here with you today for the second time in such wonderful and prestigious conference, opES 2026. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zaid Al-Sayed. I am head of sustainability program from Petrojet. At the beginning, while I am a strong believer that the true power of sustainability relies on the exchange and sharing the knowledge and the experience. So I'm here today to present you a brief about my recent research about how to integrate the ESG goals into corporate strategic objectives. And I will try to answer the question, what is the effective role of national oil companies, NOCs, in leading renewable and hydrogen project in Oman? So we have only 18 minutes to dive into such presentation, followed by a couple minutes for an open discussion. So if you have any clarifications or questions, please keep it to the end of this presentation. Let's take a moment to outline the content of this presentation for today, which covers 5 main aspects. Started with the big picture of sustainability, sustainability overview, sustainability fundamental, sustainability definitions. Then we go through the heart of this presentation, starting with the big picture of the Oman Sustainability Vision and the National Sustainability Plans of Oman. Then we go through the main concept of our topic today, what is the role of NOCs in leading renewable and hydrogen project and how. Then we go through a showcase of our corporate. My corporate is Petrojet, and show how to bridge the gap in Petrojet between the theoretical theories and the practical practices, and how we brought the concept of sustainability into life in our corporate. Then finally, conclusion, I will recap. I wrote a sustainability roadmap to those companies who are interested and has a willingness to start their sustainability journey. Let's start with the big picture of sustainability, which is the sustainability definition, which is published in our Common Future in 1987 in a Portland report. Simply the ability to operate in a way that meeting the needs of present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Now we go through, just to refresh our minds with the global North Star and the primary landscape of sustainability, which is in Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, with ultimate targets to reduce the GHG greenhouse gas emissions by 45% in 2030 and reach it to net zero, inshallah, by 2050. And in Paris Agreement, they argue countries and companies to publish their sustainability reports, such as ESG reports, carbon footprint report, and sustainability strategy documents as well. Now we're moving to an important and crucial meaning in sustainability, which is ESG rate or ESG rank, which is used to evaluate countries and companies on how far they are advanced with sustainability. A crucial element in our presentation today is Oman Sustainability Vision 2040, which is cover how to achieve the balance between the environmental stewardship, the economic growth, and the social impact. And there are some separate strategic pillars focused on our main topic today about the economic diversification. They are focused in investing in sectors like renewable energy and avoid and reducing the full reliance on oil. Oman Roadmap toward achieving net zero emissions, they published their roadmap in May 2022, aligned with Paris Agreement in 2015 and Oman Vision 2040, which covers 3 main milestones, starting with the foundation level or the foundation stage from the time from 2021 to 2030, which is aimed to reduce emissions by 21%. Then go through the acceleration stage from 2030 to 2035, which is aimed to increase the reduction by 12% and reach it to the ultimate goal by reduce the total emission by 33%. And finally, the deep decarbonization and the ultimate goal and the ultimate objective in Oman to achieve the net zero by 2050. Okay. Oman set up an ambitious plan to its energy landscape, which is contribute about 91% in non-oil sector and share of traditional oil about 8%. These are some sort of smart objectives of Oman sustainability objectives, which is designed to transition Oman from the energy sector to a sustainable future, comprises several objectives such as renewable shares, such as green hydrogen production and the green hydrogen investment, and finally the emission reduction. If we go through these figures, we can see here the NOC operation emissions, which is started to, we have a target here to reach it to reduce the emission by 6% in 2030, then escalated and increased to 54% in 2040, then reach it to 94%. It's almost reached to net zero in 2050. Then about green hydrogen production, also Oman set up an ambitious plan of the green hydrogen production, which is aims to produce a green hydrogen production about 1 million ton annually in 2030, then escalated and increased to about 3.5 million ton annually in 2040. then reach it to the maximum ultimate objectives, about 8 million ton in 2050. Then go through the renewable energy electricity share targets. We started in 2030, about 30% of share of renewable electricity, then go through about 39% in 2040 and reach it to about exceed 90% of in 2050. The expansion of using the renewable energy, such as hydrogen and the wind or solar energy or solar projects, increase the permanent green roles, reach to 70,000 of new positions, includes about 17,000 positions in the leading and senior management and specialized increase. And regarding to the GDP, global production domestic, also the renewable energy leads to increase the GDP rank or rate in Oman by 2050 by 50%. And for SMEs, small medium enterprises, we are talking about localize the supply chain for solar panels and electrolyzation as well. While we are talking about NOCs or national oil companies, we have to highlight the strategic objectives of one of the two main major or significant NOC here in Oman, which is, we'll start with BDO. BDO set up strategic objectives. They are also aligned with the Oman Vision 2040. If we are talking about the first strategic objectives, they set up strategic objectives based and aligned with Oman Vision 2040 about to increase the reduction about 50% in 2030 and reach it to net zero also in 2050. OQ, while we are talking about one of the mega corporates, NOC corporates in Oman, which is specialized in the downstream sector, they also set up strategic objectives aligned with Oman Vision 2040, and they are aiming to eliminating routine flaring by using a new system for flare recovery projects. Now we have to answer the question, what is the role of NOC, national oil companies, in support and leading renewable energy and hydrogen projects, and how? In my point of view, there are two magical words. The first one is sustainability, and second one is strategy. And by the way, what they did already, BDO and the OQ, they did and they embedded and integrate the strategic objectives of sustainability in their corporate DNA, in their daily operation, in their strategic plans. So what other? They are also encouraging the interested entity in business chain to do the same and leverage sustainability stakeholder awareness. While we are Petrojet, one of the corporates in the business chain with BDO and OQ, we do the same. We started our sustainability strategy, we started our sustainability vision and sustainability journey in 2040, in 2022, and so far we have achievement in sustainability, alhamdulillah. Okay, now we have a strategic management model to this company who are aiming and have the willingness to start their sustainability strategy. This model, I created this model from famous and different strategic model, such as Thomas Will and Fred David. In this strategic management model, if we have the willingness and we have the ambition to start our sustainability management, we have to achieve four major stages and answer four major questions. The first question, where do we want to be? In this section, we have to identify our vision, mission, core values, and our goals. We have to embed and we have to update our corporate sustainability to include some sort of sustainability terminologies and sustainability terms in our vision, such as if we are one of the leading construction or contractor in MENA region or in Oman, we have to embed and add small words such as sustainable. We have to update our vision to be, we have to a sustainable contractor or leading contractor in Oman. Then the mission statement, in mission statement we have we answer the question, why the company does exist? So we merge and integrate some sort of terminologies and words reflect our commitment to sustainability and commitment to Oman vision. Of course, values. In values, we answer the question, how could we perform our work? We have to execute our work and execute our work in sustainability aspects as well. Second question, where we are now here in this stage, in situation analysis stage or environmental stage, we have to scanning the internal environment in our corporates to identify our strengths and weaknesses, of course, regarding the sustainability aspects. And we have to scan our external environment also to identify the opportunities and threats matching to sustainability as well and create SWOT analysis. Then we transfer or we create what's called IFAS and EFAS, environmental and external factor analysis summary. So we have to answer the third question. We are ready now to identify some sort of strategies to be implemented in our corporate to transfer our corporate from traditional to sustainable future. In this stage called strategy formulation, we have to matching the internal and external factors together. The final stage, how to know that we have arrived, we are here talking about the strategy implementation process. While we are talking about strategy implementation process, we're talking about the annual plans, we're talking about the operational plan. So in this stage, we have to update our culture to be matching with the sustainability mindset. We have to start some sort of awareness campaigns to raise the awareness of our employees, our stakeholders, whether they are internal or external stakeholders, about the importance or the positive impact of sustainability in our corporates. Just to take care, we are in a VUCA world. We are in a world with full meaning of volatility, full meaning of uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So we have to be ready with some sort of agility. Just to a showcase of our corporate Petrojet, we started, as I mentioned previously, sustainability journey in 2022. At the beginning, who we are and what we do and where we are. We are an Egyptian company based in Egypt, and our shareholders are EGBC with 97%. We are based in Egypt, as I mentioned, and we have 14 branches cover Middle East and North Africa, and we are recently active in sub-Saharan African countries. We have more than one of our most valuable assets, about 40,000 persons. We are active in hydrocarbon and industrial projects and infra projects as well. What we did in Petrojet in 2024, we published the first sustainability report, ESG report, based on GRI standard, Global Reporting Initiative, and we published also our carbon footprint based on GHG protocol. And in this report, we calculated our emissions, carbon or GHG emission, greenhouse gas emission, scope 1, 2, and 3. And we did the same last year. In 2025, we published our ESG report and carbon footprint report as well. Then we started a sustainability awareness to our stakeholders internally, our stakeholders. Our main stakeholders in our corporates are our shareholders, our top management, our employees, and also our external stakeholders. We engaged our stakeholder in a phase, a very important and crucial phase in ESG journey called stakeholder engagement. We go through outside our environment, outside our corporate, to our clients, our suppliers, our subcontractors as well, and started to share the knowledge and experience together to identify what is the materiality assessment and what is the materiality topics in their mind. Recently, and one of our major achievements in sustainability, here in this edition, this year, 2060, last Sunday, Petrojet awarded a recognition from Oman Sustainability Week Awards in ESG category. We awarded and we won Gold ESG Award. And of course, sustainability in this stage in our corporate, not an option, but it's embedded in our DNA, and it's integrated in our strategic thinking, strategic context, and of course, our operational plans. Finally, we have to answer ourselves about sustainability. While sustainability is not an option, as I mentioned previously, sustainability journey or sustainability concept or sustainability approach, it's nice to have sustainability in our corporates, or it's must to have sustainability in our corporates. In my point of view, sustainability is no longer a nice to have, but it is a strategic must have. Finally, this is my research paper. If you have interested to read more about this concept in sustainability strategy, you can scan the QR code easily. Thank you so much. That's all for you today, and I am open for any question or discussion. Thank you so much. Any question? Yes. Excuse me. Mike. Wait a second, please. صورها هي بتكلم.
Right.
I committed to my schedule, 15 minutes exactly. Okay?
Thank you so much, first of all, and I want to ask about the QR code for the research you mentioned.
Okay, I noticed that the QR code is not in this slide. Okay. I will give it to you after the session, inshallah. No more questions? Any questions? Any concern about sustainability strategy? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated before our next guest arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the inconvenience, but we will be taking a break until 2:30, and then we will resume with a presentation on the installation of mechanical tube plugs. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are resuming our sessions for the rest of the evening. Our next presentation examines how standardized digital reporting processes aligned to ASME PCC2 Article 320 improve quality assurance, reduce installation time, and create auditable records in process plant environment. Please welcome to the stage Shadi Al-Kurdi, the MENA Sales Management of EST Group BV. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. Today's presentation about the digitalization of plugging shell and tube heat exchangers. We need to plug as per the ASME standard. This is already existing. Our presentation is about the digitalization after plugging. So before I start, I just would like to show you what is a heat exchanger looks like for people who don't know. By the name, it's shell and tube. So there are tubes, as you can see here, and the tubes are enclosed by a shell. So one tube, or one process medium following or moving through the tubes and the other in the shell. It's heat exchanger. So we need to cool or heat the process fluid from this heat exchanger to the next step. The fluid in the shell and the fluid in the tube should never mix. One common problem of shell and tube heat exchangers, the tubes are always leaking. So these equipments are very important. They are vital in each plant, petrochemical plant, refinery, pharmaceutical, and fertilizer. Maintenance routines should be always done, sometimes yearly or twice a year. So there are several methods for inspecting the tubes and determining its integrity for being in service or to do a maintenance for them. Eddy current, remote field eddy current, flux leakage, internal rotating, ultrasonic, and laser optics. These are all different methods of determining if there is a failure in the tube or if the tube is leaking, and help us to decide if these tubes need to be replaced, maintained, or we can keep them as is. Based on the findings, we can determine the next step. So either tubes are good for the operation or they are not. If they are not, we have two options: either to repair, and when I say repair, I refer to plugging, or we do retubing. Retubing is the last option for most of the end users because it's expensive and it's time consuming. Which leaves us with plugging. EST Group is specialized in plugging heat exchanger tubes as per the ASME standard. So before I jump into how we do the plugging as per the standard, I would like to give you a brief introduction. What are the conventional methods currently still used by certain end users for plugging tubes? First one is a friction fit taper plug. It's a piece of metal, as you can see here, and manually hammer it inside the tube. There are several issues with this method. It's a manual installation. Every technician hammers differently. So there is no controlled installation force. It damages the tube sheet because it has to deform the tube sheet for the cone to rest in its place. With several damages, not controlled force, different angles, but when hitting the hammer in, cracks can occur at the tube sheet. As you can see here, maybe it's not that clear, and might affect the adjacent tubes and act as a potential leaking point when you put the unit back in service. Another issue is that there is no known safety factor. Nobody can say it can withstand 1 bar or 1 PSI even. It's a piece of metal hammered inside the tube. And it has a removability issue. A removability issue comes to place when we meet the maximum number of tubes to be plugged. When this is the case, we need to go for retubing. But before we do the retubing, we need to remove the plugs and do the retubing. If we are plugging with the taper pin, it's a bit difficult and adds to the time needed for the maintenance. Last thing, it has a limited conformity to the ASME standard. I will come to that later. Next conventional method, if the tubes or the operating pressure and temperature are high, after the taper pin, we do welding. Welding is time consuming. You need a certified welder, you need an approved welding procedure, and you need a hot work permit inside the plant. A hot work permit is difficult, especially if the maintenance is being done in these days where the temperature is very high. After you do the welding and put the unit back in service, cracks can occur, as you can see in the picture, again, and act as a potential leaking source in the future. And not to mention that the tube sheet is completely damaged. If we ever reach the maximum number of tubes to be plugged and we want to do retubing, we need to remove these. It's near impossible to remove them without damaging the tube sheet. So now we consider the price of the tubes, an additional price of the tube sheet. Back to the ASME, PCC2 Article 312, inspection and repair of shell and tube heat exchangers. It defines 3 criteria for us or for end users to safely use the taper pin. First one, shell side operating pressure should never exceed 200 psi. Shell side operating temperature should never exceed 200 degrees Celsius, and tube should be expanded to the tube sheet. To make this point more clear, this is the tube sheet, and this is the tube. When it is manufactured, they either insert it in the tube sheet, roll it, expand it, or weld it. If it is welded, you cannot use the taper pin, regardless of pressure and temperature. If it is expanded or rolled, you can use the taper pin as per the criteria in the ASME. So the ASME further states, in situations where taper pin is not acceptable, we should opt for mechanical expanding plug. We call it opES plug. These been in service for more than 40 years, installed at a units operating at almost 7,000 psi pressure and almost 600 degrees Celsius temperature. This is the opES plug, or the mechanical expanding plug. It consists of 3 elements. The breakaway at the top, here, and the sealing ring, or sealing element, and the cone. The idea of installation is that once it's installed, or we started installing it in the tubes, we fix the ring inside the tube, and the installation tool pull the taper pin or the conical pin through the ring. The cone or conical pin is expanding in diameter. So if we pull it through the ring, we will cause the ring to expand inside the tube. When the expansions reach its limit and it's a perfect contact with the tube ID, this breakaway will break, leaving the expanded ring inside the tube. This is the pulling, causing the ring to expand inside the tube. One more time. This is the exact time needed in real-life scenarios. It's a matter of seconds, maximum 30 seconds, you should be able to install the plug. Compared to other methods, this is 90% less, so it improves the maintenance time needed to complete the job. So what are the advantages of the opES plug? They are rated to 1.5 safety factor. They are considered a permanent solution, which means plug and forget them. We have plugs installed at certain units since 2008. We have plugs with, in Oman, with Oman LNG for more than 10 years installed without any issue. And we use a constant controlled force to install them, which means there is no stresses on the adjacent tubes or the tube sheet. It's also helium leak tested at our factory, and it can be removed. Can easily be removed without any damage to the tube or the tube sheet, which brings us back to the point which we discussed, the retubing. Before retubing, we need to remove whatever plugs installed in any tube. With the POP-A plug or the mechanical expanding plug, it's fairly easy. You can, as you install them in seconds, you can remove them also in seconds, pull the tube and complete the job without damaging the tube sheet. This is an explanation of the installed POP-A plug in the tube sheet area of the tube in the first picture. Which brings us to the digitalization. So it became apparent that there is no maintenance history or traceability for the units being maintained or when it was plugged, by whom, who plugged it, what was the condition during the plugging. So after being able to provide a plugging system as per the ASME standard, the next step was to improving the traceability and record keeping of the installed plug, which brought us to the innovation of smart RAM plug. This is the smart RAM. It's around 2 kgs. One time, or one man can operate it. It's battery operated. Once the battery is fully charged, you can do 500 installation. Charging time is less than 30 minutes. It's Bluetooth wired to an app where you can generate installation reports. What we currently have, is just an analog tube map where it shows different variation of wall thinning of the tubes and where the tube is plugged. If you can see here, it shows the black shows that this tube was plugged. But we know this is it. We don't know anything else. So it becomes difficult to keep track of all the units and the maintenance history. With the POP-A plug, we can generate digital installation reports that shows the tube location, what was the unit, what was the plant, what was the service of the unit, who installed it, the name of the technician, date and time of installation, and what was the force used during installation of POP-A plug. This is a closer look of the certificate that we can generate out of the smart RAM. This is the installation details, which I said all needed information about the unit, the place, the service, and the technician. And this is the POP-A plug information, part number, what was the material, what was even the lot number that can be traced back all the way to the raw material used to manufacture the POP-A plug. The smart RAM can operate in different mode and different users as per the setup. We also can provide a digital QA Doc 5 material test certificates that shows the chemical and mechanical properties for the raw material used to install the POP-A plug. So now, with the smart RAM and the digital record, we can trace back an installed plug all the way to the raw material and the date of manufacture. So what? After this all record keeping, what we can do with it? After testing if the tubes are leaking or damaged, we need to understand why it was leak. We need to understand the failure mode, failure frequencies. So it will allow us for the next step, which is either to minimize the damages, minimize the failure frequency, or even avoid it. This can only happen with the digital record keeping of our opES plug and smart RAM. And pretty much this is it. If you have any question, please let me know. We are exhibiting at Ras Al Hamra Pavilion, just 10 steps from you here. Please do visit us for a live demo of the opES plug. Thank you. No questions? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Shadi. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume shortly. Please stay seated. Discussion. Every barrel produced, every pipeline monitored, and every maintenance cycle completed generates data. The companies turning that data into actionable intelligence are building a strategic asset that grows in value over time. Our next panel explores how this is happening across the energy sector, from SCADA and AOT to AI analytics and cybersecurity. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mariana Perez-Ling, Reservoir Performance Division Manager at SLB, and her distinguished guests. Welcome.
From here. Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody that decided to join this topic. It's a topic that is very close to my heart, coming from a business in wireline where data is all for us. As our friend highly mentioned, every barrel and everything that happens in around our industry produces high amount of data, but this data is not vastly utilized. The companies closing the gap in utilizing the data are not really just operating more efficiently, but they're building a strategic asset that compounds its value over time. One that is increasingly difficult for competitors to replicate and that shapes everything from production outcomes and maintenance costs to emission performance and investment decisions. Today, we have three amazing leaders who are building that asset from very difficult vantage points. An AI director working inside one of the Oman major operations, a data technology leader serving the upstream subsurface community across the MENA region, and a growth officer at the company building the commercial intelligence layer on top of energy data. So please join me to welcome Mr. Fahed Sahir, is Director of AI at Occidental Oman, responsible for deploying artificial intelligence across one of the Oman most significant oil and gas operations and turning operational data into measurable production and commercial outcomes. Thank you. Mr. Dieter Krot is General Manager for MENA at Roji, a company specializing in well data management and subsurface analysis, bringing the geological data perspective to a conversation that too often focuses exclusively on surface operation. And Mr. Juan Alves, Chief Growth Officer at IDUS, whose work sits at the intersection of energy data, commercial intelligence, and the business models being built on top of the industry most valuable data sets. My name is Mariana Perez. I'm Reservoir Performance Division Manager, and I'm here to moderate the panel.
Hello?
Hello? So let us begin, and thank you for joining this panel. Mr. Fahed, we will start with you. You're working inside an operating company deploying AI at scale. Before we discuss what is working, I want to understand the problem you're actually trying to solve. In your experience, what is the real cause of data not being utilized properly?
First of all, thank you very much, and pleasure to be here. Mariana, the cost is immense, and it's taken us a few iterations to understand that the value of data is highly dependent on the end users that will utilize technology at the end of the day. And what we have figured out in Oxy is data is equivalent to currency. Any project that we want to initiate, we go through a very thorough process of understanding business needs. But more than business needs, we ask the most difficult question up front. And that question is, how ready is your data?
Yeah.
And many a times, operators, end users, people in the field who are actually doing the job have a eureka moment when they understand that the data that they have been keeping on their desktops in Excel files has much more value than they anticipate. And re-educating workforce to understand the weight of that data and how it will define the future of technology is key. And most importantly, I would say, I mean, people say this every time, treat data as an asset, but I think we should always start with asking the difficult question, how ready is your data? And I think that will start much better conversations in terms of technology.
No, thank you, and I fully agree with you. If I may ask, can you give an example, it doesn't have to be company specific, on a real situation where maybe not utilizing the data could have compromised the decision that we have been taking?
So we call that data blind spots. And we have immense, so data blind spots, the reason we call them blind spot is not because the data is not there, it's because you have not realized what we can do with data. For example, we gather a lot of data from sensors, we gather a lot of data from SCADA systems, especially in processing facilities, right? However, we never capture the context. And where do we get the context from? The context is always hidden in daily reports. They're hidden in systems which are not real time. So contextualizing your data is an example that can be applied across any field. You worked in wireline. I think you understand that. Yes. All right, it's not just sensors sending data back, but you also need to know the condition of the well, the history of the well, when was the well drilled, etc. So in any use case, regardless if it is facilities, if it is artificial lift, if it is drilling, if it is seismic, context is king. And as quickly as you can contextualize your data, there are various methodologies. I can go on discussing that for hours, but I think what companies need to work towards is contextualizations. And in examples of artificial lift, for example, one of the things that we look at is how the well is performing, and we have well test which is done once a month.
Yeah.
So how come 1 month data can give you a daily insight into how your well is producing? So that is a blind spot, and that is an opportunity for us to improve things.
Thank you very much. Juan, we will follow up with you. Since your angle is different, you sit closer to where data becomes a commercial asset rather than just an operational input. When you look at the energy sector relationship with this data, what do you see that insiders often cannot offer? And what would you say to an energy executive who thinks their company data challenge is primarily a technology problem?
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's nice to see because 15 years ago, I was starting my career in production engineering. So my previous life in 15 years was a production executive, right? So we from production, we think that we are a superhero, that we do everything what happened in the field. So, but now with 1,000 amount of data that we have every day, for sure, technology is not the challenge, right? If you see the journey of the data, amount of data, for sure, a lot of operation cannot use as much to get as much value you can. To translate data to become information, normally there is a lot of software to do it. But from information to become knowledge, that's what I see companies trying to do using AI to say the diagnosis for frac, for production issues, for diagnosis, for everything. But then knowledge, hey, you have a sand production now in your well. Oh, what are you going to do? That's the next step that we call wisdom. So for me, technology is not an issue at all. What I have seen, all the companies that I work for are now facing some customers. I hope we get someone here in Oman. Is the governance about people and decision makers. Companies are changing everything inside, but not taking care of the command and control, the decision makers process, what I call governance, the decision makers, right? So that's my view from outsider now, but during 15 years inside the operation, if I have a chance to live again, I'll take care of close to the governance, why you are doing that, how we're going to do, what you're going to use, and who's going to take the decision. I think the who is the question.
Thank you. And if I may ask to complement, you work across different operators, right? Would you have an example of companies that you would believe that they have cracked the code and actually are using data as an advantage, as a competitive advantage?
Yes. we have good examples. We are from Brazil, okay? I'm really happy that Neymar will be in the World Cup just yesterday. But we're a Brazilian company, 25 years doing this in Brazil, production side, doing production intelligence platform. Some of the company are using agent, but not giving the solution, but pay your attention first. Hey, you have 1,000 wells, but there is one well that's changing something. Go ahead there. So there have been good examples. There's one a good example as well, right? People are using intelligence to at least pay attention first. So reduce the downtime, reduce the damage of the leakings, for example. But a bad thing is some companies is trying to use this data to make the decisions without have a good database organized. So that's one example. Companies in Brazil are reducing the time to the image response, just getting people attention first.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rogi, you work specifically in the subsurface domain, whale data, geological data, formation evaluation. This is, as Mr. Fahed mentioned, was one of the most valuable data that an energy company owns, and some of the most poorly managed sometimes. Can you describe the state of subsurface data management in the MENA region as you actually find it on the ground? And what the consequences are of that gap for the quality of decisions being made about where to drill, how to complete wells, and how to manage reservoirs?
Yes, thank you so much for this question. Here in the Middle East, we have a bit of a paradox. So we have the most sophisticated tools, deep resistivity, ultra deep resistivity. A lot of data is basically gathered, but as you said, sometimes poorly managed. So we create data lakes, data swarms that are just not really used efficiently. The data will be put like silos, siloed completely, and you don't take basically everything outside of your data. That results basically when you're planning your next well in a lot of QCing, a lot of formatting data back again that can be avoided by just using the data more efficiently. So it brings us actually to exactly these issues that all the time you're spending for QCing the data is lost time, which can be used much more efficiently from the actual person. So, and it is also frustrating work when you see the whole time the data again. You need to cross-check, you need to see basically where you can find the data. Is it even in your company, or is it in some other department what you actually need to get the data? Sometimes it's a kind of process also to reach the right person to get it done. So the solution here is basically to have a platform, structured data instead of big data lakes, data swarms. You need to have properly QC data from the beginning that can be then used for the specific disciplines in the right way and to save a lot of time.
Okay. No, thank you very much. And I see also in the industry we are evolving, and there are companies I can talk in regards, for instance, in SLB, where you can get auto QC data. So as you mentioned, this becomes a very critical topic to maintain and to make sure that we use the data properly. But if I follow up with your question, how do you see data that we have acquired in the past that probably is archived in old formats, ways that we cannot use today? Can we recover this data? Should we acquire new data? What should be the way forward on this direction?
Yes, that is actually the key of success in some of the fields and the wells, because data as hard copies that is available inside your organization but cannot be used because it is simply not digitized or it is somewhere in an archive, sometimes really has good quality and gives you insight for bypassed, for old brown fields that should be integrated in your model to make it more efficient and clearer. So don't underestimate the drilling data from like even 80 years ago. They might give you already a kind of clue that might be the difference between success and failure of one well. It's not about just putting data together and just having more data to have a huge project. It is to figure out what data is the most efficient you need to make your next well successful.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fahed, Let's get into the AI topic. As you know, this is this is the topic of the day. Everywhere you go, you get the questions. Me coming from a service company, everybody asks me what AI solutions you have available. So the questions come to you, like in practical terms, how do you use AI? What's the value for an operator, a company to use AI? And what has been the commercial value? And where have you found that AI under-delivers relative to expectations?
And you want me to answer that in 5 minutes? Okay, I'll try my best. So even before we start talking about AI, we need to address the fundamentals. As you said, people will come to Schlumberger, they'll come to other service companies and ask you, what is your shiniest AI tool?
Yeah.
But I think what we fail to ask is, if I bring my shiniest, greatest AI tool, how will you change your business?
Mm.
So imagine someone who's been using bicycle for their entire life is suddenly given a Tesla car to drive.
Yeah.
How would that change them on a daily basis? Many of us do not anticipate that, even in business. So what brings value? Value in Oxy is very simple. We want to add more barrels to the tank. If there is an AI solution that can do that, and that will add to the bottom line, we will do that project, or we will go out in the market and find what suits us the best. But most importantly, we ask internally, how will we change our business process to adapt that technology? I think that is where we have majority of the failures. AI is a buzzword. I use it very carefully. I think us being in AI, we should first find all the excuse not to do AI, and then only do AI when the business is ready for it.
Yeah.
So where has it really added value? So in Oxy, for example, I think I mentioned this earlier as well. We have a very clear process where end users come to us with an idea. And that idea only gets implemented, number one, if it has a minimum value of, let's say, $5 million to add back. So we set a benchmark from the beginning. We just don't want to do AI because you want to use ChatGPT to write better emails or change your 8-hour workday to 4 hours. So we do not, it is a good thing to have, but then if there is really an opportunity that will add $5 million annually to the bottom line, and the users are willing to change along with that, that is what we'll take on.
Yeah.
So we don't just throw the word AI around, we use it very responsibly. And I think that is what the industry should do. Anyone asks you for an AI tool, push back, right? And let's see, hopefully that starts better conversations as well.
No, I'm happy to hear that. And actually, on those lines, do you think, or what do you think about people who says, at some point, data won't be needed because we'll have AI?
So let me give you another angle of this. So I challenge someone that you do not have data,
Yeah.
or your data is not in good shape to deliver an AI solution. And the response was, use AI to fix the data. So, so it's not easy. Again, it's a paradigm shift, right? People who have, I think, with all the good things ChatGPT, Claude have done, they have also done a disservice to the industry. People have unrealistic expectations. Manage expectations, and I tell people that GPTs, large language models, are a very small subset in the space of AI, and AI has existed since the 1960s. And the only reason we know about it now is because ChatGPT just, I think, universally made it accessible to everyone. So again, we need to be responsible, and we also need to understand the human factor. And adding awareness around AI is, I think, what will lead to much more success. And it will lead to real use cases that will not just sit in a POC, but actually can be scaled at an organizational level.
Thank you. Juan, when it comes into AI, I think a lot of people often through the discussion skips the discussion about what is really the architecture underneath. Cloud versus edge computing in high critical operation, data standardization across assets and partners, the integration of legacy SCADA systems with modern analytic platforms. In your view, what is the single most important architectural decision an energy company needs to get right? And what are the consequences of getting it wrong?
Good question. Once again, as a production manager, I can say, for me, it's not about the cloud or edge, this competition team of architecture. It's more about internal of the companies. Normally, we have a production data split in a different universe. Business, reservoir, maintenance data is a different universe. They usually not talk between each other, or sometimes different data with the same information. So for me, the big challenge is to how can we put everything together to make the right decisions inside the companies. I'll give an example. How many times we stop the well as production side, and another day the maintenance guys come, hey, I need to do maintenance, right? So this tells me that first, let's do first thing first. Everyone is thinking about AI solutions, a lot of new technologies, but some companies have been looking at very deep dive analysis that they even still work in a digital transformation 2.0, 3.0. So for me, the big fight now, internal of the companies, is to take care of this kind of integration of data, to make decision, the data production decisions, the business decisions, driving each other, right? So you see this in the commercialization issues in the M&A side. How many times you model a company that we need to buy and the production data is not reliable. So that's my view. I would say doing a well-integrated process internally, taking care of the procedures, people, and technology together, we'll get the operational excellence in terms of data management.
So if we come into Oman's energy sector, it involves a lot of collaboration between service companies, between operators, and some of the legal entities, let's say the governors of on the country, right? So how do you see the collaboration across these ones? Is cross-sector data sharing actually happening? And what would it take to make it happen at scale, genuinely move the needle?
Great. We have been here in Oman in the last 2 days. We're kind of baby here, okay? But in the last 2 days, we saw better weather than every single country we have been in the last 6 months, okay? Even the big companies, they are open to share information data, of course, to make some development together. I think there is a lot of initiative going on here, but getting my friend's speech, the challenge now is to see what is really give me results, not because I want to be in the fancy moment that to have an AI, what's really applicable in the field, give me right results. So I really appreciate here our, let's say, weather to talk friendly about improved results in all the companies here.
Thank you. Dieter, as energy systems become more data connected and more digitally integrated, the attack surface grows. We have seen high-profile cyber attacks and energy infrastructure globally. From your position working with well data across multiple operators and jurisdictions in MENA, how real is a cybersecurity risk? And what does good data governance actually look in practice for an energy company that wants to unlock the value of data without exposing to unacceptable operational risk?
Yeah, that's a very, very important thing, actually. Security of information technology and operational technology should be the highest priority. We see that hackers, private hackers, or even on government level, we saw it especially this year, what is going on, are a real threat in the industry. So it is not only about the data theft, that you have somebody who is hacking in the system, wants to steal data, wants to basically see what is going on with the production. And we have really even worse the issue for the operations technology when somebody enters into your system and will be able to shut down valves to have really impact on the actual operational technology. So as more we are relying on the on IT, on AI, on operation technology, as bigger will be the surface and as more important it is to keep it secure. So we need to make sure that there is a good governance that follow basically the cybersecurity framework, which is here, especially for the oil field, the principle of segmentation for the networks. It's about data redundancy, so you need to make sure that you have, for example, your data stored in different locations, even if one data center will be attacked, either like cyber security is from cyber point of view, or physically attacked, your data will be still available, will be still secure. You will be able to use your data, that it is not completely lost. And we saw it for operator also here in the region, that it happened. Data simply gets lost, and then this is one of the worst case scenarios when you basically cannot rely on data that has been acquired, and you need either to go on assumptions or you need to regather the data again.
Okay, thank you very much. We're coming close to the end. I want to ask you, the three of you, a question. The conversation about data, AI, and digital transformation in energy has been happening for at least a decade. The technology has improved dramatically. The commercial case has never been stronger, and yet the gap between the industry data ambition and its data reality remains significant. Are we actually closing the gap, or are we getting better at talking about it while the fundamental barriers remain in place? You can start, Fahid.
I'll correct you on one point. We've been trying it for the last 2 decades, not just a decade, right? So the gap has been varying. We believe that we get close to closing the gap, and then all of a sudden you throw new technology in the mix and we feel as if the gap can never be closed. But in reality, we are closing the gap, but it's an incremental improvement. It's not a step change. We are a risk-averse industry. We are not very well known to adapt things very quickly, and that's the nature of the beast. We cannot change it. But again, I come back to a very important point on how digital technologies should be adopted, and that has to be based on governance. We talked about data. I think opening up data, people will argue that it impacts the data privacy. I have a different view. If we open up our data and imagine all of a sudden there's a million copies of data, there is a very less likelihood that you lose it. So I would say opening up data, bringing in better infrastructure, and having the groundworks ready to adopt technology is much more needed than ever before. Things will get much trickier from now on. We are in the very early days of AI, and God knows what is coming up in the next couple of years. But for us to be prepared, number one, we need to be very resilient as a business. And to adopt technologies, we need to have better governance and better risk mitigation in place. I think that will really help us close the gap, or we don't have to close the gap, but keep it at a minimum as possible so we can drive innovation in a much safer and a risk-averse way.
Thank you. Anything you would like to add?
Yes, I completely agree. I think the technology has been 2 decades closing this gap, but between the pilot to scale a project, for me, the point of the failure point is something that we can call a pillar, 3 pillars, that people, process, and technology. How we can do everything together at the same time. Some companies focusing on people and technology, a lot of money, software to everything, but in the end, we have a chaos, technical chaos, because we don't have process, right? If you focus just on people and process, we cannot scale. Technology will bring efficiency, right? But without people, process intact knowledge, nobody gonna buy your system. So for me, the fail point now to close the gap, and how can we put everyone on the same page, the process aligned, taking care of everything with support of the technologies. So for me, that's the game change between the pilot and the scale is to watch these 3 points of IDs, let's say.
Thank you.
For me, maybe just to add one statement is like data needs to be available, it needs to be usable, but it needs to be also secure. And here we need to find the right balance in between using the data in a secure way and not overloading the models itself.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your participation in the panel. If I can take something from this is that the value of data is clear. I think the companies that are winning and are taking the leads are the ones that are investing in the data, in the infrastructure, in the capabilities, in the AI tools. I think we will see much more to come in Oman. And thank you, everybody, for joining this conversation. Thank you for the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists and our moderator. Now moving on, we will now enter our final track of day 2, LNG Horizons, examining the innovation, sustainability, and market dynamics shaping one of Oman's most strategically significant energy sectors. So to start us off, artificial intelligence is transforming LNG plant operations from predictive maintenance on liquefaction trains to AI-powered process optimization. Our next speaker presents real-world applications at Oman LNG. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me introduce the General Manager for Digital Transformation and Technology at Oman LNG, Mr. Abdullah Al-Araimi.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm nervous. Okay. Why are you standing? You can actually use the seat. Okay. It's really a privilege to actually represent Oman LNG here. Oman LNG is one of the leading LNG companies in the country and in the region as well. And today I'm not going to talk about an experiment or a future concept. I'm going to talk about our experience in Oman LNG using AI. And I will not really conclude with results, but I will leave you with a lot of learnings that we have learned in Oman LNG and we're still learning in this concept. Yeah. We're talking about the use of LNG in, or AI in LNG plants live as we speak. The LNG is, right now is using artificial intelligence to understand and learn the process, try to predict anomalies and predict failures. This slide is saying that it's just summarizing what we have done in Oman LNG, or what we are targeting. Basically, the plant, and I'll keep on saying this, the plant is running at the maximum possible, technically possible limits that we have. The purpose of trying AI and neural AI in the plant is basically to ensure or explore whether we have additional capability to produce more LNG and to predict failures. Our target is actually to increase the production from 1.5 to 3%. This might look a very small percentage, but in the world of LNG, this is a lot of money. We're also trying to reduce downtime by 14 to 17%, trying to understand the failures at least 2 weeks earlier. And we defined 3 use cases that we want to start with. I'll talk about the bottom figures later on. Don't worry about that. So what's the opportunity? Let me start with this to make also the process engineers happy. The plant, again, is running at the maximum possible limits. The technology that we have in the past, if you're actually coming from this field, advanced process control, is doing well. However, AI is actually introducing a totally new concept, a totally new ability or capability of manipulating data, large sets of data in a very short time. The gap that we have is a huge amount of data has been accumulating for years and years. This is being tapped for the limits that we have with ABC, but AI is actually can exploit that further. The hidden risks are identified by AI because the complex plants, industrial complex plants, are running integrated processes that are not very easy to identify the differences unless you run very complex models like AI. Yeah? So let's actually go into this. Why neural AI platforms? And what's actually the difference here? Neural AI platforms gives you the ability to have a data-driven approach besides what you used to have in the past, which is first principles of engineering. So first principles of engineering combined with data-driven approach makes it a transformational change. Without this, it's actually it's a caveat. Yeah? In Oman LNG, we're actually talking about 2.5 billion data sets, data points, over 12 months history. We have 13,000 plus stacks, and we have 3 trains, and we were testing 3 different platforms. So we went all the way, all the data were exposed to the AI platforms that we have, from sensors to self-learning. And this is what AI neural networks is bringing. It's literally changing the plant into a digital twin, and that digital twin is a self-learning digital twin and self-tuning digital twin of the plant, trying to understand itself and corrects itself for a better improvements and better results. So everything besides stacks were actually captured. BNIDs, BIFs, DCS data, and PI data were all captured in the platforms at once. This slide basically describes the difference between neural AI versus ABC, traditional ABC. Traditional ABCs actually are rule-based. They are very static. They have a manual interventions from the engineers to actually modify them, versus neural AI platforms, where these are actually self-adapting algorithms that actually can discover unknowns and give you the unknown potential or optimization that basically were not clear to you in the past. Okay, let's go into the scope. As I said, production, the focus is producing more LNG. The scope was also to predict failures, and the scope was also to look into carbon emission while producing more. Yeah? The architecture, as I said, what's under the hood here is basically a neural network architecture, a digital twin construction, which is a process, digital twin, and we were able to have a predictive maintenance engine to predict the failures of equipment, and real-time integration and real-time optimization of the plant. Now, basically, this is my personal opinion as well. I think neural AI will supersede and will replace traditional ABC systems in the future. It will have a multi-variable capability that actually manipulates many data at the same time. It will self-improve and have a pattern discovery. In the coming probably 6 to 7 years, we will see AI neural networks taking over plants and industrial plants to automate, to optimize, and to predict. All you need to know here, it's actually a combination of multiple layers. Data is very critical and crucial. At Oman LNG, basically we were looking at multiple systems, DCS data, BI data, and CMMS data, as well as unstructured data, drawings, and what have you. This goes into a layer where data lake is created. So all the data is actually imported in a solution internally Oman LNG called Cloudera. And then we run AI and ML models for predictive maintenance, process optimization, and emission. The outcome of this, or the output of this, is basically dashboards and advanced analytics on a real time where our engineers, our operators can actually look into the plant and optimize at hourly basis. So the neural AI stack starts from data foundation. As I said earlier, it actually goes into the first principles, understand that, creates a digital twin of your process, and then goes into autonomous operations where closed loop is applied, and you don't have to actually even apply the recommendations, they're applied automatically. And then they turn into a KPI and dashboards. So what we did at Oman LNG, we did a neural network against historical data, not on basically average performance year, not in theoretical performance. It was on the best data set we could ever get and applied AI on top of it. Yeah? So we're, again, as I said earlier, I will not really conclude or share conclusions with you from Oman LNG experience, rather basically telling you our experience, and you can actually test it for yourself as well in your own environment. In Oman LNG, we're looking at basically improvement in production from 1.5 to 3%, and this is not verified yet. Please don't quote me for this. And we're actually trying to test, but there are also challenges and learnings, which I actually will share with you in a minute. In terms of prediction as well, we can see a scope of 14 to 17% predictive ability 2 weeks earlier. Again, as I said, there are a lot of challenges here and learnings, which I will share in a minute. You have to be actually careful on understanding what AI will bring to the table as well. So coverage is the entire process, all the way from feed gas to LNG storage. And the KPIs that we actually have as an outcome ranges from unified KPIs, prescriptive guidelines, sometimes with actions, alarm intelligence, where actually prediction is happening, and optimization of recommendations as well. What's next for us is basically concluding by mid of this year. Maybe if we're happy with the results, we move into advisory mode, and then we go into closed loop mode, and then we scale up and replicate the setup. These are the learnings that I want to spend a little bit of time on sharing. Basically, this is why we're here, to share knowledge. And I try to understand from a managing experience how you can apply it somewhere else. First is data quality. And I think the previous panel, I think my colleague Fahad was here, mentioned, he talked a lot about quality and having the data ready. This is also an experience of Oman LNG. You need to have actually your data ready. Ensure that your data is up to date, cleaned, and ready for AI. When you apply AI or neural networks, you should combine the two domains. Data-driven domain where apply actually can excel, AI can excel, and first principles of engineering, which is the domain-specific knowledge. This is where your safety limits applies, where operation limits actually apply, and this is where it should be combined together with AI. Once that's created, you should have cross-functional teams to actually verify the data and ensure the first principle engineering are applied and the logic applied in the models are sensible and responsible. You need to actually go through a teaching and learning curve of your AI models. That's actually very important. One of the learnings here, if you depend on AI alone, AI might give you unexplainable results. And when you actually go and try to discuss and make sense of this data with your engineers and operators, they will not be able to explain the recommendations coming off the AI model. Unless you link this to the first principles of engineering, embed that into your AI model, then you will be able to actually start explaining. And you will be going through this learning, refining and defining your model further and further till actually the results make sense to you. You need to go through build for scale. So when you decide on a platform, when you decide on a model, I think it's very tedious. You go back and redefine everything again. So you better build it for scale later on. So put this in mind going into this journey. Human AI collaboration is a key step in the process. So I personally do not advise to go into a closed loop option right away. I think you should go into advisory mode first. And then once you build the confidence and the trust, you can actually move into the next level. Yeah. So looking forward, and again, this is my personal input into this slide. I think this will start with AI advises, human decide, and this is the advisor mode, as I mentioned earlier. Then it will go into a co-pilot. Human validates, but AI acts. The last one, which is AI controls, human supervises. Yeah? A few key learnings and advices and recommendations. So I don't know whether you're basically also interested into the academia and what we can do in Oman for neural AI as well. I think, in my opinion, in Oman we should really consider data as a key asset, and therefore we should bring data residency and capabilities in country. And we should work through the ICV programs into building talents around neural AI and the development of this in the country. This does not exist. However, in Oman LNG experience, we had to bring and pay for this, and bring all the 3 vendors into Oman soil with Oman data centers to actually enable this in Oman. But this is not sustainable if we don't have our own. On the academic part, I think last week I was in Ijad attending a session around how can academia help in the AI space. And in my opinion, in Oman, I think academia can really play a big role in neural AI R&D and development of R&D labs for neural networks is really key. My advice as well to the academia and recommendation that actually they should focus on this area as well because this is a huge potential. This will take us to basically the autonomous of operations of industrial plants. And this is actually the way I want to close my slides, few slides here, with this thought. Plants are built for a very long time for automation. This is not really a news. However, with AI, they became more intelligent. They became more self-learning. They define what they want and they fine-tune themselves. To go to this level, we should probably in the country build this capability and ensure that we have all the right infrastructure in country and the talent to have this futuristic AI capabilities readily available. With that, I would like to thank you guys for your kind listening. And if there are questions, I'm more than happy to take. All you're happy? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Aremi. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a 10-minute break until our next speaker arrives. Thank you. LNG carbon intensity and the commercial case for green and bio LNG. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Nelem Dilemson, the project manager at National Gas Company, to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. So as I'm representing National Gas Company, Oman, okay, so I would like to speak on the driving sustainability growth through the innovation of carbon management. Okay, today, so as an LNG, so I briefly walked through the LNG, which is important in the current energy transition, how green LNG, bio LNG supports the sustainability, and how small-scale LNG can contribute to the Oman Vision 2040 and net zero journey. So first of all, like LNG, it's a liquefied natural gas. So it has been liquefied to it's a minus 162 degrees centigrade, and it's compressed to 600 times less than the actual this one. The LNG values chain start with the natural gas production, followed with the liquefaction, transportation, storage, regasification, and final delivery to the users such as industries, power plant, transportation application. This makes LNG a flexible and scalable energy solution, especially where the pipeline's gas is not available. The reality on the energy demand, okay. Globally, the energy demand is continuously increasing. This growth is mainly driven by the industrial development, rapid urbanization, digital infrastructures expansion, and emerging economics. Globally, LNG trade reaches approximately 550 billion cubic meter in 2024, and significant new capacity is expected by 2030. Bringing this closer to home, Oman continues to play a strong role in LNG sector, with LNG production reaching nearly 12 million tons and generating approximately 6.5 billion USD. And still we are improving a lot in 2025 and 2026. So the energy sector, when we compare the available energy options in Oman, we see the diesel and LPG are the widely available in Oman, while natural gas is mainly limited with certain industrial areas and for the power sectors. So LNG provides an opportunity to extend benefit to the natural gas to the location where pipeline infrastructures are not feasible or not available currently, and the low demands which we have to replace with the diesel. With the cryogenic storage and transportation, LNG can support the industrial power generation and even automobile application. This is why the message is clear, like LNG means the clean energy, wide reach, and sustainable future. So LNG is the central of the transition. So LNG is considered important in the energy transition because it acts as the cleaner bridge fuel. It can replace higher emission fuels such as diesel, petrol, while still providing reliable and flexible energy. LNG also supports renewable energy system by providing backup power when solar and wind energy is not available. In addition, it supports the fuel switching, improves energy security, and helps transport gas from place to place where pipeline infrastructure doesn't exist, and it is even transportable by tankers or cryogenics ISO containers, etc. The key reasons are on LNG service as a bridge fuel. There are several reasons why LNG is the practical transition fuel. First, in the cleaner alternative to diesel and petrol. Second, it supports renewable energy by balancing power supply when renewable energy generation fluctuates. Third, it allows the industries to move from heavier fuel to the cleaner gas-based energy. Fourth, because the energy is reduced by 600 times, it can be transported safely to remote areas. Finally, the LNG infrastructure may also support future low-carbon gas such as hydrogen and biogas. So now we are moving into green LNG. What's green LNG? Now let's look on the green LNG. Green LNG is not a different chemical product, it's still an LNG, but the life cycle emissions are reduced, measured, managed, or offset through a sustainability measures. These measures may include carbon reduction initiative, renewable energy integrated methane emission controls, carbon capture program, and verified carbon offsetting. In simple terms, it's green LNG. It's a lower carbon LNG pathway designed to reduce and manage emission across the natural gas value chain. Green LNG reduce and manage measures and addresses. First, reduce the emission at source by controlling methane leakage, improving efficiency and clean power. And second, manage the LNG chain through the better storage, transportation, boil-off gas control, and regasification. Third, the measure and verified emission using credible carbon accounting, transparent reporting, final address the remain footprint using high quality verified offset, but also after practical reduction measures are taken. Green LNG can be produced by using renewable electricity at liquefaction plant, applying carbon capturing, storage, monitoring methane leaks, purchasing verified carbon offset, improving energy efficiency across the LNG chain. Its application is also wide. It can help decarbonize industries without pipeline gas access. Suppose LNG bunkering or lower emission shipping, replace diesel in remote oil and gas operations, and provide low carbon fuel and heavy transportations. So bio-LNG. Now when we look into the bio-LNG is also a liquefied biomethane. It's a renewable LNG produced from organic waste instead of coming from fossil gas fields. The bio-LNG can be produced from agriculture waste, food waste, sewage sludge, animal manure, and landfill gases. This makes bio-LNG an important renewable gas path and convert the waste into useful energy. Bio-LNG is important because it can offer very low life cycle emission, circular economic benefits, waste reduction, and methane capture and from landfill and agriculture sources. In some cases, bio-LNG can even become carbon negative if methane would otherwise escape into the atmosphere is captured and used as an energy. Therefore, bio-LNG represents a strong example to turning the waste into energy. So LNG sustainable measures. Now methane reductions and carbon capturing and storaging. So to improve the LNG sustainability, methane emission reduction is one of the most important measures. Methane is powerful greenhouse gas, so gas detection and repair, satellite monitoring, smart sensoring, digital monitoring, zero routine flare initiatives are essentials. Another key measures are carbon capturing and storage. Carbon capturing and capture carbon dioxide and LNG facilities can help reduce the life cycle emission from the gas processing and liquefaction options. Then, starting with the small-scale LNG. So, modern LNG facilities are increasingly moving towards the electrification. This includes using the renewable electricity, driving instead of gas turbine, solar energy, or auxiliary system. These measures can reduce the operational emissions. And small LNGs helps the remote industrial mining and oil and gas sectors, and where the off-grids are not available, and especially the natural gas pipelines are not available. LNG as marine fuel. LNG as a marine fuel is gaining importance in the marine fuel. It supported the shipping industry in reducing sulfur emission, particulate pollution in port. However, methane slips remain the important challenges and must be carefully controlled. So in the emerging solution, the green hydrogen capture carbon dioxide and renewable electricity are combined to the produce synthetic methane, which can be liquefied into renewable LNG alternatives. And the future, the plan is like in the marine segment, by 2030, there will be a 20% of synthetic LNG will be used, and by 2050, it will be diluted to 50%. So challenges around the LNG sustainability. Although LNG is cleaner than other fossil fuels like petrol, coal, diesel, and this one, we must remember that still it's a hydrocarbon fuel. Its sustainability challenges include methane leakages, energy intensive liquefaction, carbon emission from shipping and depend on fossil gas reserve, and long-term capability with net zero goals. Because these challenges, LNG is often positioned as a transition fuel, while bio-LNG and synthetic LNG are seen as longer-term sustainable pathway. The future role of LNG and energy transitions. Looking ahead, LNG is expected to continue playing a major role in global energy demand growth, industrial fuel switching, marine decarbonization, grid stability with the renewable energy, and remote energy access. At the same time, the green LNG, the bio-LNG, the synthetic LNG, which helps the industries move from simply supplying LNG towards delivering low-carbon gaseous energy solution. So as a national gas company, Oman, we contribute to the Oman Vision 2040. So now we are in a process of setting up a mini LNG plant, which is a capacity of 125 metric ton. And it will be supplied, it will be used for the supply of LNG for the industrial applications and for the small power generations between where the diesel generator are used. So by 2028, we will be replacing 60% of diesel usage in the oil rigs where they are using the diesel it will be reduced by 60%. Because we are coming with a biofuel technology with diesel fuel as a diesel and LNG as a fuel, so there will be a carbon reduction of 60%. And so this project concept focused on the LNG as a partial replacement of diesel fuel and diesel generator and industrial application. The proposed chain includes small-scale LNG plant, LNG transportation, storage, regasification, biofuel technology equipments, and in this model, diesel generator can be retrofitted by biofuel technology along with the LNG to reduce in the fuel consumption and maintain reliable power generation. And in future, the diesel generators will be replaced by natural gas, means LNG generators. So, and comparatively, so this will be significantly offer environmental benefit, like highlight that LNG can reduce carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, volatile organic compound, particular matters, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide emission. Another important point is spill behavior. The LNG spill evaporates while diesel spills form the liquid puddles that contaminate the ground or the environment. This comparison clearly shows that why LNG can be cleaner, safer, and alternative when properly managed. So to conclude, LNG is more than an energy product. It's a practical bridge towards a cleaner, more flexible, more sustainable energy future. With innovation, carbon management, green LNG, bio-LNG, and small LNG plant solutions which support Oman's Vision 2040 and contribute the national journey towards net zero. Thank you and for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nilam. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a 5-minute break until our final guest arrives. Thank you. examines Oman's LNG capacity and export strategy, global pricing trends, and how the Sultanate sustains its competitive position in an increasingly crowded global market. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Laith Al-Jahdami from Oman LNG and his distinguished guests.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for joining us in our humble panel about the future of LNG in Oman and the GCC. Please allow me the pleasure to introduce our distinguished panel members. Let me first start and welcome them to the stage. Please have a seat. It's okay. So let me first introduce our panel members. First, I'll start on my left, Mr. Faisal Al-Yahyai, Gas Strategy and Performance Manager at PDO. Faisal brings over 15 years of oil and gas experience. He specializes in bridging technical engineering with corporate strategy. He has driven major operational efficiencies, led carbon management frameworks, and holds an executive MBA from the University of Strathclyde. Next, we have Ms. Selma, who heads the Middle East LNG origination and marketing team at Total Energies in Paris. Selma has extensive international energy experience and senior roles at EDF Trading, as well as an NG Global Markets. Her leadership spans the LNG trading and carbon capture and storage, and she holds an MBA from IE Business School. Next, we have our very own Mr. Raif Al-Timami. Raif is the General Manager of Market Intelligence and Commercial Support, and today we celebrate his 20 years of experience in Oman LNG. His experience spans the full value chain and also has been vital as he has led the successful sales campaign of Oman LNG beyond 2025. Lastly, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Laith Al-Jahdami. I have a techno-commercial background. My foundation is in engineering, where I sharpened my pen. And I'm currently working with the spot and optimization team. And I will take you guys through this panel. So first, why don't we start with a pulse check on the market? The LNG market, as stated initially, has been through multiple fundamental changes, and it has shifted very widely between security of supply, the energy transition, and flexibility. So why don't I start with you, Selma, as your former global portfolio player. What do you see drives buyers these days? We see that Asia is driving long-term growth, and Europe is increasingly focusing on energy security. How does Total balance the need between long-term demand and energy security with increasing buyer flexibility requirements, for example, in Asia?
Hello, everyone. So it's an honor for me to be here. Hello. So first of all, I think that from Total Energy's perspective, long-term SPAs, so sales and purchase agreements, will always remain the backbone of the LNG industry. And the answer for this, I mean, the reason is fairly simple, is that LNG is a capital-intensive industry. So you'll always need this sort of financial security in order to sanction projects and have FID, your final investment decision. So in the LNG chain, you have liquefaction, you have the shipping, you have regasification, and all of these will actually need long-term commitments and long-term contracts. Having said that, we also see that today there are a lot of market changes happening. The LNG demand is mostly driven by Asian demand, And we've seen also a shift in Europe, where since 2022, the importance is really trying to find security of supply, and that's really the priority. So we see that there's a growing need for flexibility indeed, but I think that for Total Energy, flexibility and long-term contracts come hand in hand, and that we should be able to embed this flexibility that's needed by buyers and sellers in long-term contracts. And something that's been very important for us at Total Energies is really being able to build that portfolio. So we haven't built our portfolio in one day. We've built it in decades, and we continue to thrive to have a balanced portfolio. We have supply from different regions in the world, which allows us to be able to offer different indexes, different pricing, and flexibility to our buyers. So what I think is really important when structuring deals in SPAs is really this sort of win-win, hand-in-hand approach that you have with your seller and buyers, and be able to know what's important for your buyers or sellers, and try to structure a position from there.
No, thank you for that. And it's truly insightful. You're absolutely right. Building a long-term SPA requires it to be hand-in-hand, where it's win-win. And the flexibility required in the, for example, short-term market and the spot market being complemented by SPAs is an excellent view. Raif, Oman LNG is a regional player. And right now, the largest growth is in India and Southeast Asia. How is Oman LNG positioning itself to serve these emerging markets? And are we seeing a change in the behavior of the typical buyer when compared to our traditional foundation customers?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm pleased to be here as a panelist. Thank you, Laith, for the introduction. If you look at the global LNG growth demand, India and Southeast Asia is basically the central wave. It's really the center of the next wave. These markets are driven by population growth, industrialization, and most importantly, they are transition away from the carbon-intensive fuel like coal. So from Oman LNG perspective, we see these just not a volume opportunity, but actually it's a structural shift in market dynamics. And we're actively positioning to serve that market. Firstly, as you know, in positioning, geographically, Oman are well placed between East and West, which allows us to serve both Southeast Asia and India markets effectively, with comparative shipping economics flexibility and, shipping economics and flexible delivery window. But most importantly, we are leveraging our portfolio flexibility. So basically balancing long-term opportunities and long-term contracts in a way to increase our exposure in short-term and mid-term spot market, which is particularly important for these emerging buyers. Now, to your second point, where typical buyer is changing, absolutely the answer is yes. So traditionally, our foundation were Japanese and Korean buyers who are basically credit-worthy utilities. They are very predictable in long-term contracts and needs. Today, India and Southeast Asia, we are seeing much more diverse buyers in ecosystems. Smaller utilities and new power developers, national oil companies expanding into the LNG market, even industrial users entering into LNG market directly. These buyers have different needs. They are more price sensitive. They prefer shorter tenure contracts. They are seeking for flexibility and volume flexibility. And in many cases, they are still building their LNG trading and risk management options. Yeah? So for Oman LNG, the shift is from being a traditional long-term supplier to becoming a more responsive, oriental partner. Yeah? In summary, basically India and Southeast Asia are not just a growth in volumes, but they are reshaping how we trade in LNG. Yeah? And Oman LNG is adapting its commercial strategy, yeah, to stay highly responsive in this new landscape.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for your valuable insights, Salma and Raif. Frankly, you're absolutely correct, and I think you're both touching on the same point. The world is shifting whereby we can no longer rely on the traditional virtual pipeline, whereby we need to take into account that the market requires flexibility, and we need to build those flexibility into our long-term thinking as well. But that being said, Raif touched on a big point. Price is a major factor currently. So I turn to you, Faisal. Price has always been a key driver for demand growth, and cost competitiveness has always been king. How is PDO optimizing the upstream value chain to ensure that Omani gas remains one of the most economically attractive feedstock for LNG trains?
Thank you, Laith, and good afternoon, everyone. Well, I think I may rephrase the word cost is a king. It's actually a critical success factor for our business. One thing that's worth highlighting from PDO perspective is that we have embarked on a journey of transformation recently where cost competitiveness was treated a key pillar in our transformation. Having said that, it's important to note that maybe we have made very decent steps in improving our ways of work, which is actually the standard practice that you will do trying to improve your cost competitiveness and bring your operating unit cost lower. But on top of that, there are bigger items to be materialized. So one thing that we are effectively working on is enhancing how smart we work out our capital spend, how fast we are tapping into the international standards to make sure that we are competitive in every project we deliver for our gas business. All the way to leveraging on technology, for example. So how technology, cutting-edge technologies can help PDO to produce its gas molecules at the lowest dollar per MMBTUs. All of that is also clubbed with the fact that digitalization and leveraging on AI is becoming the key lever in our business. So our journey of transformation is including a lot of accessibility to technologies, to digital solutions, and leveraging on AI. With all of that, we have our own aspirations to take steps to reduce our UOC and UTC in the gas business and PDO. But at the same time, we fully understand that there are dynamics. So the hydrocarbons we are penetrating nowadays are not as easy as they used to be in the past. Hence, cost competitiveness is a critical success factor beside being a king. So with all of this, our aspirations are clubbed with tangible steps. We know what we need to do in every single item contributing to our cost competitiveness. Our UTC and UOC trajectory is planned to reduce, not only to sustain, knowing that this is what makes our gas affordable to our customers. We are in a very competitive market situation as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Faisal, for your valuable insights. And it's great to see that PDO is working to reduce its costs through digital means as well. Raif, now PDO gives us the gas. However, our flexibility is also paramount. How does the brand LNG from Oman differentiate itself from larger regional partners or players? Is it our ability to offer flexible, bespoke commercial terms, or is it our reliability and operations as well?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, Laith. Yeah. Especially when we consider the scale of some of the larger regional players we compete with. Yeah. For Oman LNG, our differentiation is not about competing on scale. It's about competing on agility, trust, and consistency. If I had to define LNG from Oman as a brand, I would say it's reset on 3 key pillars. Yeah. Commercial agility, reliability and operation excellence, and third is strategic balance, basically not too big, not too rigid. Let me explain each of these pillars. Yeah? As you know, Oman has built a strong reputation over the years. Yeah? Unlike some of the large players who tend to operate with more standardized, rigid contract structures. Yeah? In contrary, Oman LNG is known for its ability to structure deals that works for both sides. Yeah? This includes flexible pricing mechanism, creating operation flexibility into commercial sense that fits as a win-win approach, volume flexibility and cargo management options. Yeah? And this has been particularly important as the market shifts towards more diverse buyers, as I mentioned earlier. Yeah? Secondly, reliability and operation excellence. Yeah? At the same time, we consistently maintained a very strong track record in terms of reliability of supply and operation performance. Yeah? And this is critical because LNG, especially from term buyers, yeah, security of supply is non-negotiable. Yeah? What we hear from the market or from our customers, yeah, Oman LNG viewed as a trusted partner. We deliver what we commit, and we respond quickly when there are issues. So while agility is important, it is anchored by a strong foundation of reliability. Yeah? There is also an interesting middle ground advantage we have. Yeah? We are not large of the mega suppliers in the region, but they actually allows us to be more responsive, more accessible to customers. Yeah? We listen to customers, especially on special requirements. Yeah? And as well, we are faster in decision making. Yeah? At the same time, over the 20 years of operation experience and the strong shareholder base, yeah, which give us customer confidence on our long-term credibility. Yeah? Specifically that we have Total and other international major IOCs. Yeah? So that's, yeah, so going back to your question, is it a spook structure or reliability? I think it's both. It's a combination of flexibility in how we contract, plus consistency in how we deliver. Yeah. And that combination is what we define Oman LNG as a brand in today's market.
Thank you. Resilience has been a key topic, frankly speaking, especially in the past few months. So how does, sorry about this, what practices is helping PDO increase its operational resilience and maximize volumes that they produce? Faisal.
So maybe first of all, let me shed light on the culture we have in the organization. We are a very effective learning organization. We continuously benchmark ourselves to the top quartile performance in the industry. And that brings a clear line of sight for where we would like to be, or even strive to beat those top quartile performance. That is from cultural perspective. On the other front, the journey of transformation has multiple pillars. So beside the cost competitiveness, we also have the production growth as a pillar. Of course, we have safety as one key element. And all of these are underpinned by governance, talent development, and digitalization. Now, we do believe that the resilience is not coming from one edge. All of these items need to play in good harmony together. So although we may have a lot of hydrocarbon resources in place, our ability to respond to the market dynamics remains critical. We have been through so many cycles in the past. We've proven resilience. We always came stronger as a learning organization out of all of those. Also, our ability to catch up with the trending competitive edges, like technology deployment, is something that has enabled the organization to be more resilient. For example, time is a key success factor. So our ability to respond to anything happening and how fast we can respond is very much linked to what this organization is equipped with. And if I take and quote a very recent example, the very recent opening of the Integrated Operating Center in PDO, Beit al-Haytham, it's one of the very advanced operating centers across the globe. It is enabling our operation to respond in minutes, if not seconds, to what is happening in the upstream business. Now, this is in a short term. In a longer term, how we make sure that we remain resilient is by making sure that we keep our focus on cost competitiveness as a pillar. We keep leveraging on novel solutions to be able to unlock complicated hydrocarbon resources, and also to be able to be proactively acting before a cycle of market dynamic hits the business. Having said all of that, it's very, very, very important to highlight that the growth aspiration we have in our business wouldn't be possible if we haven't injected a lot of resilience into that. So if we were treating the development the way we used to do 15 to 20 years ago, most of these hydrocarbon resources will not be producible. And hence, we believe that we are in a very resilient situation, being able to respond proactively to any potential market situation. But at the same time, we remain an effective learning organization. We understood and we learned by fact and by heart that surprises always come. Changes may come from any direction, be it upstream or downstream, and we keep equipping ourselves for all tools required to make sure that we stay the course and remain resilient.
Thank you, Faisal. Picking up on what you said and speaking on novel technologies, Salma, Total is a key partner in Marsa LNG, which is being touted as a first-of-its-kind low-carbon bunkering hub. Why is Oman the right place for this specific type of investment compared to other regional hubs?
So maybe first of all, if I can speak a bit about Total Energy's presence in Oman. So Total Energy has been present in Oman for over 80 years, actually. So, you know, it's a country in which we've been very much involved. And so Marsa LNG for us is a unique project that we're very proud of and first of its kind. So I think that there are various factors that make it very attractive. First of all, the location of Sohar. So it's really at the entrance of the Gulf, which makes it a very attractive place for bunkering. You know, when it comes to marine fuel, you don't want to waste time, you know, having extra shipping time in order to get that fuel. So that's, I think, one of the main points. The second one is probably the fact that we have an integrated chain, and that's really important. It really brings to the value proposition. So how Marsa LNG works is that it's actually upstream gas that's then liquefied, and then it's turn into marine fuel. So it's really a fully integrated chain, and that really brings some sort of stability and reliability to customers. So you know that there are really low chances of something going wrong. And I think that in today's world, where reliability is important, this really brings to the value proposition of Marsa LNG of having this integrated chain. And I think it really appeals to customers where reliability is as important as affordability or price. Third of all, obviously, I can't talk about Marsa without talking about the electrification and the low emissions that come from the project. So in terms of pure liquefaction, it's the equivalent of 0.5 kilogram per barrel of oil equivalent. So it's actually our lowest in terms of pure liquefaction project that we have in LNG. And basically, it's the way it works is that it's electrified liquefaction that is powered by a solar PV plant, 300 megawatt hours, that basically provides the needs for the annual needs of the plant, and that in turn also is part of the value proposition, because we see a growing need for net zero clean emissions, and it's really important to say that that's been in the vision and the thought when the Marsa project came to life was to embed this from day one in the project, and that's how the project was built. And I'd say, last but not least, the partnership that we've had with all the stakeholders here in Oman. As I said, TotalEnergies has been present in Oman for decades. We have a strong partnership on Marsa with opES. And basically, we're very much aligned on the vision that Oman has, bringing more and more renewables into the mix, the vision for Oman 2040. And also, I think it's a combination of factors, both on the technical side, the commercial side, and obviously policy as well.
Thank you, Salma. And speaking about the decarbonization and the energy transition, Faisal, what steps is PDO taking as the largest oil and gas producer in the energy transition and your decarbonization journey?
Yeah, thank you, Laith. I think maybe let me start from the rationale. So Oman has a national commitment to be at net zero emissions by 2050. Oman Net Zero Center has made also the aggregation of how each sector needs to contribute into that commitment, part of which is the energy sector, part of which is PDO as a very large operator in the country. So to be able to deliver the committed reductions in our emissions, we needed a carbon management framework. So we have established our first ever carbon management framework to make sure that all of our commitments are linked to credible plans. Also to make sure that the business has a very meaningful decision tree on how they can overcome dilemmas. Because if we look at this from the perspective of whether abatement projects are economical or not, it will be too difficult to unfold the whole thing and get into the aspired level of reductions. We started with everything economical as we speak. We have moved big steps. In fact, our routine flare is history now. We don't have any routine flare in our operations. We are taking steps also to get rid of even some of the residual kinds of flare, part of our journey to deliver our emissions reduction commitments. This is beside another big lever that is working actively, which is the expansion and the leveraging on renewables. So PDO is pioneering not only in the sector, but in the country in leveraging on renewable energy solutions and moving away from high carbon emissions. These two are what is happening in the ground as we speak, but there are actually extra steps that we're taking to be able to deliver on our commitments. For example, these sub-economical projects cannot survive by only trying to make them economics. So technology has a limit. And this is where we needed actually to start accessing and building alliance with Oman Net Zero Center and other external stakeholders to see how this business can be equipped with green financing, for example. This is one very, very big item that should unfold the remaining residual emissions. And then also the carbon credits, yeah? And we are in that dialogue as we speak. If these two items are in place, we are quite confident that we will be moving very decent steps toward our aspirations. Very likely we may be able to move faster than planned.
Thank you. And you both touched on something that is very critical. Financing decarbonization projects is not easy, and the economics don't always work out. And we always have to balance between the expectations of investors and return of investment and the global push for net zero and our own internal targets here in Oman. So I pose this question to the three of you. As we look at the next decades of expansions across the globe, how can we balance these expectations between return on investment as well as decarbonization, as you both hinted to?
Yeah, thank you, Laith. So I think it's easier for me to link to my earlier answer. Maybe to start with, we admit that net zero is a commitment. I don't think it's a variable. We know we have to be at net zero emissions by 2050, and we have our own contribution to lead to that aspiration. Now, our hydrocarbons are always getting more difficult, of course, leading to higher UTC and higher UOC. So this is the second part of the equation that doesn't jive a lot together. But that's why the smartness of accessing to new technologies in the market, also maybe working very, very effectively on the R&D to try to bring competitive solutions more than any time before is what we need. The moment we exhaust everything in our yard, it's the time where we need also to access the external funds for green financing. This is how this sector will be able to make it. Carbon credits, when they are in place, we are very much certain that they will relieve a lot of the commitment. So with all of that, it's not one factor to be resolved, it's multiple to play together.
Oh, thank you. Salma, as a portfolio player, what is your opinion on this?
I think that both return on investment and seeking net zero are not incompatible. They work hand in hand. We've seen the example with Marsa that I just talked about, and I think that it's very important today. We see that, obviously, as I mentioned when we spoke about the first question, that long-term contracts are important because you do need a return on your investment on your LNG projects. But I also believe that investors are also seeking for projects that are more and more low emission, and those are becoming requirements. We see it from several buyers, and this should be embedded in the project from day one, as we've done with the example of Marsa. Then, of course, commitment to net zero is not, it's a commitment, it's difficult. So I think in terms of LNG, you have to start by looking at what works, what can deliver results, and what can be measurable. So when you look at LNG projects, the first thing that comes to mind would be looking at electrification of compression, for example, trying to limit, obviously, all of the venting, flaring, look at all of the methane reductions that are possible, and have those that are quantified, and be able to really have those measurables and see whether those can have impact on the short run. And obviously, carbon capture and storage when it's possible. But really, first of all, look at what are immediate remedies to those actions. So yeah, for me, they really come hand in hand, and it's something that TotalEnergies really believes in. When we look at our operated assets on methane, we've been able to cut emission by actually 60% in 2025 as opposed to 2020, and we seek an 80% by 2030 or before. We're also a proud member of the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership alongside 150 other companies, which we actually strive to reduce methane emissions on operated and non-operated assets.
Thank you, Salma. Raif, anything to add?
I will answer this based on my humble knowledge. I'm not an expert in such topic, but I'll try to simplify it. In reality, I think it's not a trade-off. It's a reframing of return of investment. I think majority agree, especially like Faisal and Salma. Yeah, but let me frame this in 3 key initiatives by Oman LNG for our understanding. So the first one is developing carbon trading and market mechanisms. So Oman LNG is positioning itself to participate in carbon markets, which is a key commercial pathway in LNG decarbonization going forward. This directly supports offset-based decarbonization strategies and future LNG contract structures. Secondly, energy efficiency and lower carbon operations. So part of Oman LNG corporate KPI is to reduce and optimizing energy use at the plant by targeting a high thermal efficiency figures. Yeah? And also continuing focus on energy efficiency and innovation to support low carbon positioning versus our competitors. Yeah? Example, some mini projects currently under development in the plant. Lastly, but not least, integrating low carbon strategy into commercial economics. So it's not as an add-on. Yeah? So meaning that this has to be embedded decarbonization in forward strategy, not just as isolated projects. Yeah? Aligning our emission reduction goals with national and global objectives. Yeah? So in summary, Oman LNG contributes to decarbonization through a combination of operational efficiency, methane reduction, market-based mechanism, and development of low-carbon LNG solution, aligning with the long-term net zero targets, especially with our 2040 vision in Oman. Going to the core of the question, balancing return of investment, net zero is about delivering low-cost, low-carbon LNG that remains competitive and future-proof. Because today, investors, stakeholders value resilience as much as returns.
That's very true. Well, we're almost out of time, so let me do the closing. So let's close with rapid fire. Each one of you, let me know what are the biggest opportunities for the LNG sector in Oman over the next 5 years or 10 years. Try to be as short as possible. We have 40 seconds left.
I think it's competitive growth. We are positioned to grow with competitiveness. We have the hydrocarbon resource base to do that.
Competitive growth. Salma?
So it's hard to do in 40 seconds, but I think that, first of all, there'll be the ability of Oman, I think, to position itself with new volumes when the new wave of LNG will come. So knowing exactly when to position those volumes, how to do it, whether through expansion, debottlenecking, et cetera, and when to position, I think that's important. Obviously, Marsa is, for me, one of a kind project. So maybe make it one, Oman's signature by integrating more and more electrification in all of the LNG projects and be one of a kind in the region. And then obviously, Oman is very well positioned to supply both basins. So being able to also offer flexibility for buyers. So I think all of those three combined will be, I think, important for Oman.
Flexibility is the key message. What about yourself, Raif?
Yeah, I think I really touch base with everything. I think over the next 5 years, and the biggest opportunity, as Salma mentioned, I mean, it's a combination of all three, basically. Expanding capacity, lowering carbon, diversifying markets to ensure Oman LNG remains competitive, and future ready. Let's say in simple words, flexibility, reliability, and low carbon supplier.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time and for joining us in this panel. And thank you to our audience for being here. And please give a round of applause for our panel members, for them sharing with them their experience and their insights. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and our moderator. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this brings day 2 of opES Talks to a close. Tomorrow is our final day, and it will address downstream transformation, industrial decarbonization, HSE 4.0, and energy investment and workforce. We open tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please take advantage of the networking opportunities this evening, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.